If you're constantly battling low energy, cravings, weight control, watching your health slip away, listen up. There's a simple daily protocol they don't want you to know about that's helping people ditch their meds and transformation. Start today to reclaim your health with the Feel Great Protocol.
Well, how is it going out there, my fellow world patriots? It is indeed Tuesday, July 7th, 2026, and I bring you Mr. Ghost and Friends with the Spaceshot here on this fine Tuesday evening, and it's been a little bit. We had the 4th of July in between there, so of course we're going to pull all the folks on into the old chat, and then we're going to see, and yeah, we're probably going to touch on a couple of stories. We touched on a couple yesterday as well, but it's always good to get a different perspective for how different people are seeing things, and I think that's very important as we do this and go down the line, because I'm very psyched, and I thought it was a beautiful 4th of July. The whole weekend was beautiful. The setup to it, the pageantry, no kabooms went out in the background that shouldn't have, and that was always a plus there. So before I go, too much speaking off on my own, let's bring in Mr. Ghost, and then we'll bring in the rest of the guys, Mr. Mike and Mr. Armando, of course. But Mr. Ghost, how's it going today, brother?
It is going. Howdy to everybody, and always good to be here. Yeah, it was a really nice 4th. Really nice 4th. 250. Hey, that doesn't come along but once. So it was, I think, a great day for the country and a great day for everyone.
Heck yeah, sure was. And Mr. Doc Mike, sir, how's it going this week, brother? Hope you enjoyed the 4th of July festivities as well. Hopefully, if you had any pets, they weren't too freaked out. But how's it going, my man?
Doing good. Doing okay. Yeah, we had a beautiful 4th of July. As we get older, we start to stay in. We did watch the celebration for the 250th, all the pageantry and the fireworks Donald Trump put on over. That was actually pretty amazing, and the symphony, and the orchestra and the music that he had, that was pretty
awesome.
Just brilliant. Is awesome. Yeah, and beautiful. Yeah, it's been good. Just taking Renee to her doctor's appointments, and beautiful 4th of July, and best way to stay away from drunk drivers. Don't drive.
That's true. That is true. I mean, absolutely, bro. I mean, yeah. When I was younger, I maybe wanted to go out and go drinking and, get involved and do a bunch of stupid stuff. But yeah, as I'm pressing on to that big 5-0 in November, I'm less likely to want to go do stupid things. So yes, be safer that way for sure. But yeah, it was a great weekend, a great celebration as well. So glad you guys are all here with us. And Mr. Armando, who he skipped, he had a little vacation. So of course, we're always glad to have Mr. Armando back. Let me pull him on the screen and get him a little bit bigger there, because I know when I do shows, I can't stand staring at myself. That's one of the reasons I don't ever show my face on the camera. I cannot stand doing FaceTime. Like, probably the only person I do it with is my son, and that's about it. Otherwise, I deplore looking at myself. I'd be distracted. But Armando, anyways, how's it going, brother? How was the short vacay? You're back with us. Glad to have you back, brother. How you been?
Yeah, doing great, man. Good, doing great. Great. Happy to be here with you guys again. It could have been a better vacation, but it turned out into a work vacation, if you will, helping the wife get stuff situated with, her real estate and stuff like that. So never made it to Florida, made it to Tybee Island here in Georgia. On a scale of 1 to 10, I'll give it a 5. Just my opinion. So we bailed there, and then we went over to Hilton Head, South Carolina. Scale of 1 to 10, I'll give it a 10 because the weather was a lot better. Ocean was a lot better. Spent a lot of time in the hotel room, just working, talking to some people, some folks. I will say that for the 250th pre-4th of July, the outpour and the patriotism in South Carolina at Hilton Head, man, I'm telling you, it was off the charts. It really, really was. So It was okay. It was good. Just glad to be back into the fold. I go back to the indoctrination center tomorrow morning. Ugh. So that's it. Just happy to be here with you guys.
Absolutely. Now I don't know if, I don't want to put you on the spot. If you want to talk about it, you can. If not, you don't have to, obviously, Mike. That's obviously goes for any of you guys know that well off. But Mike, you had mentioned something about this. Is that something that you want to talk about at all? The planes and the colors and stuff? Or do you want to move on to something else?
I mean, yeah, I can talk about it. It's over the past 10 years, I've had a dream, or dreams plural, because it's multiple dreams over the past 10 years, always the same one. And it's identical to this aircraft here, Air Force One, the new one, and same color pattern, trim. And it's flying in air, and there's I don't know if it's a man pad or something, but it gets shot down in the air and it crashes into a mountainous terrain. And I've had this dream over the past 10 years. And when I first saw the plane, I was just like, in deja vu. I was just like, because at first I was just like, in the beginning when I had the dream, I was just like, oh, this, reminds me of, President Putin's plane of Russia. And, as I kept digging over the years, I'm like, no, it doesn't match. And I just forgot about it. I disregarded it. And then when I saw the plane, I was just like, whoa, that's a perfect, that matches perfectly to the details, to the trim, to the style of the aircraft. And I saw it go down in a ravine in a bunch of mountains. And so it was very odd, to have those. I probably had maybe 7 of these dreams over the past 10 years, but they're very vivid. I could.
Lucid.
I'm sorry.
Lucid.
Yeah, very lucid. I could see, rescue people coming in, PJs coming down from helicopters, and just all the rescue teams coming in, and I knew it was a presidential plane, because in the dream, the pilots in the aircraft and the communications, the people through the headsets were saying, the president's in the plane, the president's in the plane. So it's very, very weird. When I saw the plane, and I was like, "Oh wow, it's interesting." Now,
You know what, Mike? I don't do dream interpretation, but I wanted to impart this really quickly. When you have this is from a whole different perspective, and you know what that means. When you have those lucid, repetitive dreams, it usually marks when you see it, when it's been implemented, or when it happens, a very powerful, let's say, harbinger of transition.
Interesting.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
and let me just really quickly, I don't know that this means anything or not, but maybe he did this in an homage to his friend, because it looks very similar to the colors of our good buddy Junior and his color of his plane. I mean, maybe I'm seeing that wrong. I am a little colorblind, but colors could be off a little bit. But does that look close
You're
to you
actually
guys?
close on that. The red is a little brighter, but it's a small plane, but that's pretty much it.
Not trying to scare anybody, just, people. I just thought it was interesting because Mike had been telling us about this, for a few months now. Anyways, he touched on it, and then we showed him this picture, and he's like, "Oh man, that's a little weird." So yeah, just always, good to get data points out there, and doesn't mean something's bad's gonna happen to President Trump, because I don't think you had you said the president was in there. You didn't say which president, right? So if that even does come to fruition.
It didn't. I don't know which president. It just over the pilots and helicopters communications in the dream. It just said the president. It didn't refer to anyone. It was the president, and they were sending in rescue teams. Very lucid. If there was someone that could actually draw out every single segment of the dream, I could detail it very well. But yeah, I've had this dream for over 10 years. And when I saw the plane, I was just like, damn, that's deja vu just hit me like a ton of bricks. I was just like, oh my God, that's crazy.
Absolutely. So yeah, I mean, and thank you for sharing that too with us. So there's I want to get to this first because I think this is more important than getting your guys' opinions, which we will get later on some of these things. So some of the things that we've discussed a couple of times this week, we'll get back to a little bit. But guys, I thought this was very interesting. And again, I've been telling people for, I don't know, the last 6 or 8 months that, the timing of everything seems to be dovetailing nicely back to this timeline that we're on here. Like, oh, wait, we got FIFA going on. Remember, Putin handed President Trump the soccer ball years ago, and all this stuff doesn't seem to be going down the toilet bowl. But Ty Clevenger, who's the attorney for Seth Rich, says, today, an attorney for the government told me that I would soon be getting confirmation that several hundred pages of documents related to Seth Rich were found in a previously hidden room at FBI headquarters. Does that sound familiar to you guys? Remember you may recall that on July 30th of 2025, Fox News Digital reported that newly installed FBI Director Kash Patel and his leadership team had located an unmapped, sealed area within the J. Edgar Hoover building, SCIF. Last year, Fox Report described burn bags that contain thousands of pages, He says, mind you, I haven't had anything in hand yet. I don't even know whether the FBI will agree to release a single page of what I found. Nonetheless, any confirmation that the files were in the secret SCIF raises a lot of questions. At the very least, some very high-level people had something to hide. The FBI originally told me in 2017 that I had no records whatsoever about Seth Rich because it was not involved in the investigation of his death. We were told he died in a botched robbery. Yeah, we'll get to that in a little bit. Mm-hmm. Since that time, the FBI has gradually admitted to possession of several thousand pages of documents about Seth Rich, his work laptop, an image of his personal laptop, and another DVD. Nonetheless, on June 15th of this year, I had to file yet another motion explaining how the FBI is withholding records in violation of court orders. FBI is still fighting. If the FBI is still fighting transparency so hard on other fronts, and it is, then why would it acknowledge that records about Seth had been hidden in the SCIF? He says, I don't know. Maybe Joe DeGeneva's grand jury investigation in Miami is putting some heat on the players in D.C. I can tell you this much for sure. Nobody on Capitol Hill has been willing to touch this subject with a 10-foot pole. The murder of Seth Rich and the resulting cover-up is as radioactive as any topic I've ever seen. I hope that changes soon, and I'll post updates as soon as I know more. He says, by the way, I'm not suicidal. I feel great. And just so everybody remembers, I'm pretty sure the anniversary of his murder is 4 days from yesterday. Okay, so 3 days from now on the 10th. And what they said, the botched robbery? Oh, hey, let's say me, Mike, and Ghost are going to go rob Armando, right? Oh, he's got those very expensive glasses. I'm just making stuff up. He's got those $1,000 headphones on and the very expensive microphone and those very expensive glasses. Let's go rob him. But wait, we kill him and then we leave him with the glasses, with the equipment and everything. So that's essentially what happened to Seth Rich. Oh wait, it was a botched robbery, but they took nothing off the guy, right? His phone, his wallet, this, that, and the other. All that stuff was left there. But yet we were told in the drops that essentially he was 187th, which is police code for murder, essentially. So before I go on with the next little piece of this stuff, does anybody want to add anything or make any comments about this? Because this is a long time coming, and it's a huge deal about the DNC break-in and so much stuff.
Yeah, I didn't know much about Seth Rich, and I just dropped his name into the search bar into my old email account where I worked in Virginia, and he pops up and his email pops up all the way down to like 2011 2010 till about 2021. And there's people in a couple different threads and in different emails talking about this I'm just going to read a couple things. This Joe Biden has case documents, 64-page documents with Joe Biden with a laptop. Talks about the FBI having possession of stuff, and this is marked October 30th, 2020. And this person is I don't want to say his name out loud, but he's let's just say he's a S&T officer for a certain organization, still there. And it's very odd because I don't know much about the guy, but I just put him in my search bar and a ton of stuff pops up. And
older too. That's weird, right?
Yeah.
That comes out older.
And it's a lot. It's older email threads. His emails on there with his with his face on on the little email icon, and it's weird.
Definitely, because he was just a staffer, right? Wink, wink.
Yeah, there's probably some stuff in here that I haven't read, so I'll take my time and go through it. But like I was saying, a lot of this is from work back in Virginia at that time.
And that's interesting because it's older than, some of those emails that Mike had referenced is older than, 2018, 19, he said, 2012 and stuff like that. So I'm wondering if he wasn't like, I don't know if his whole life may have been, maybe he was a player, I don't know, in some of this, you know what I mean? Like maybe he wasn't just a staffer. They said, the story was he was essentially a Bernie supporter, and then once he saw what they did with Bernie, he didn't like it, and then he basically went to the terminal, downloaded through the portal right there to a hard drive, to a flash drive, and then people were trying to say, no, it was CrowdStrike. It was basically done over the internet. And then I think we got into Bill Binney. We started talking about Bill Binney, who actually had checked this stuff. And so the long and short of it is they said there's no way the speed of it, because what they did was they used the fastest and closest servers and routers or whatever on the East Coast going over to Europe, and it was not even close, essentially. So I don't know if this thing will pop up, but he did. Mueller team deleting messages. We'll get into more of Mueller stuff, but the team here said that Bill Binney was a patriot of the utmost caliber. And so he had done tests on that to see, if the hack, essentially, that they called it, was done over the internet, which Bill Binney himself, and I guess he was a big kind of a big deal over at the NSA, said it's impossible that it was done over the internet speed-wise. It just doesn't make sense.
Bill Binney was the creator of software that they had been using against the American people. It's why he and Kirk Wiebe became whistleblowers. I've had the opportunity, the honored opportunity to speak with the both of them several times. And Binney was totally against all of this being used against the American people, but it was too late. You invent something like that in that environment, the wrong influence that is still at the helm to a great degree is still there, and it will crush someone like him. Only he was too gifted, brilliant, smart to go down with that. And so that's just a little bit there.
Well, that's good. And here's where they asked him back in December, said, hey, Bill Binney, whistleblower, truther, hero, says patriot of the highest caliber. And,
Yes.
We also got into other of these drops here, which if you kind of go without me going through the whole thing, essentially what the team told us.
You're on the FBI's list now for being Q.
I've been on it. I was a founding member.
But yeah, and this tells you that unfortunately that agency needs still some more correction in its directions of things. Now, whether it's being done to quell things for a good reason or not, I don't know. I'm just saying, yeah, they all of a sudden stuck that on their list, like veterans and parents who didn't like their children being counseled to change their sex and all of this other nonsense. When that ends, when the harassment of good things ends, we'll see a difference, a change. But until then, it's still a family divided as most of the agencies are here and abroad, and very, very razor's edge on many things in many ways. So I'll leave it at that.
Interesting. Oh, God,
Have
Mike.
you heard of have you heard of someone named Rodney Joffe? Joffe?
Oh,
Joffe
yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm
Wait,
looking
oh,
at it. I'm looking at an email. This is from 2022. Um,
wait.
it says the fourth branch of government, one branch to rule them all, and it says, and this is I'll name redacted for now. I wonder about Rodney Joffe. Excuse if I mispronounce his name. What with him being the key to the whole thing at this point, how will he survive heart attacks, COVID, and suicide? Question mark. I'm ready to make a book on how long he'll live and how he'll die. Period.
Jeez.
If you want to freak him out, whisper Seth Rich in his ear. And this is a pretty big thread, and the title of the thread is the fourth branch of government, one branch to rule them all. And there's
Oh, God.
quite a bit of very high value people still serving, or people still in position and positions they're in and staff right now.
Dude.
Or in government. Sorry, government. My apologies. So I'm just reading this as you guys are talking, and it's interesting.
That's good. No, that's good, dude, because he was executive one in Durham's indictment. So interesting the way that they're talking about him in there is almost like he's on their team, but they might have to take care of him. Like, is he going to survive COVID, heart attacks, this, that, and the other? So this dude, just for anybody who wants to know, it says the tech executive referenced in the criminal case against leading cybersecurity lawyer Michael Sussman was identified Thursday as an industry pioneer who's founded the world's first commercial internet hosting company, is an expert in detecting malware, and holds 10 patents. Rodney Joffe is the person referred to as Tech Executive 1 in the Sussman indictment for allegedly lying to the FBI by withholding his connections to Hillary Clinton losing 2016 election campaign against former President Donald Trump. It says Joffe, who's not accused of any wrongdoing, quote, retained Sussman as his lawyer in February 2015 in connection with an unspecified matter involving an agency of the U.S. government, according to the indictment. It says his indictment, or Sussman, the guy that changed the email, if I'm going off memory, Sussman was the guy that changed the email that said, no, Carter Page was not an asset of our country, or changed that yes he was to no he was not in an email. Sussman, and said Sussman's indictment is part of Special Counsel's Mueller probe into claims that Trump's campaign colluded with Russian officials. And now we know how that stuff went as well, right, guys? So he retired as Newstar Technology Officer, Chief Technology Officer, a Reston, Virginia-based company that provides various internet-related services and products to more than 8,000 commercial and government clients around the world. So yes, he is very much connected into this stuff, Mike. That name is, yes, definitely rang a bell right off the rip. So yeah, definitely take a look into that thread, maybe for next show or whatever. And yeah, I would tread lightly on that stuff, because you see what they are willing to do here. And what they said here essentially was that, hey, they sent 2 MS-13 members to take out Seth Rich. And then later, they sent some people, 1, 2, I don't know how many people, to kill the MS-13 gang members. Yep. So he was, killed in a botched robbery, and he, by all accounts, was the guy who made the copy of the hard drive.
Botched robbery. You shoot the guy, you can take his clothes if you want, leave him with his breeches or his underwear. So how's it a botched robbery? No, it was an assassination.
100%, and they took nothing. Yeah, they took nothing from him. So, when people rob people, you would usually take something. Oh yeah, of value. That's right.
Take your 30 seconds after he's down and dead, and take everything you can from him. That's what criminals usually do, isn't it? So I think they realized that they were in on something that they were mission oriented for one thing, take him out. So they didn't do the ancillary stuff of making it look like a good robbery. And that's probably, they probably had a 50-50 chance of surviving after that, after they didn't make it look like a real botched robbery. It was 100% get rid of these assholes.
Yeah,
And
100.
That's how it works.
I got a fun one for you. And I don't know if Armando is not letting us see him or if his program's not letting us see him. Because it's doing it again.
It's on my end. It's okay. I'm still here. I got you. I'm still here.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll keep you a little smaller over there. But I didn't know if you took a break. But does anybody, and I'm not trying to stump anybody because this was a very long time ago. But does anybody remember anything about Donna Brazil and Seth Rich and her little Forrest Gump-like meeting at the emergency room at 4 a.m? Oh yeah, this was. Let me see if I could pull something up because I hadn't planned on doing this, but essentially, Donna Brazil was at the hospital the morning where Seth Rich was shot, and essentially she came out the next day and says, "Oh no, I wasn't at the I don't know what people are saying. I was in California." But this idiot, you know what she did? She made a tweet with location on. Yeah, she was not anywhere near California. She was absolutely in that area. So, and I forget, maybe, and if any of you guys don't remember, maybe the folks in the chat will remember, but she was dating, Donna Brazil was like the head of the DNC, and she was dating a woman that she was there with, and was it like the governor, the mayor, or something like that? I can't remember off the top of my head who it was, but it was another big name that a lot of people would remember. I know the folks in the chat are going to know this because they're going to be, yes, she was at the hospital. Someone put in the chat. Yeah, she visited Seth with the mayor, and then Seth died shortly thereafter. Yeah, loves her girl, says that. Donna Brazil met, who was Donna Brazil dating? Donna Brazil dating.
Who knows?
Who? Well, not because it's kind of a big name.
Dating a furry.
A furry in what was that, 2020? Let me see. It's gonna really tick me off. And I know somebody in our wonderful chat. Bowser, yes, Muriel Bowser. Thank you, Constitution USA. And Snackums, who also got that as well. I just want to make sure nobody else took the credit before that. Yeah, Muriel Bowser and Donna Brazil just happened to show up over at the let me take Armando up. Just happened to show up at the hospital that morning. Just a coinky dink, right? So they're probably seeing, hey, did they finish the job yet or what? So very interesting. And I do have more on this stuff, guys. So we got that one. Hans Menchie also added on to this one. It says, little known fact, the Hillary campaign hired Christopher Steele to launder its collusion claims into the FBI because he had previously done the same thing with allegations about FIFA. His FIFA dossier even features the same villain who later turned in his Trump dossier. Here's an excerpt from my book, Swift Boating America. So apparently this guy was making a lot of BS things there, Christopher Steele, and the target of his looks like, again, Carter Page. He was going after Carter Page, which is right here. And that was the guy, again, who I just mentioned. Sussman changed it to say because he previously was an asset to our country, they changed the email to say, no, Carter Page never was an asset for our country, which made them keep investigating him. But everybody, you cannot forget the fact that they knew all of this stuff ahead of time. They knew at the very beginning it was all a ploy by Hillary Clinton to vilify Trump as working with Russian intelligence. So there's that. Hans Menchie, and then also Brian. Oh, here we go. Speak of the devil. This guy, Spaceshot. Thank you for the save there, Mr. Spaceshot. Handwritten notes from John Brennan. Guys, I don't know if that's CTE, CHE, confidential human source. I don't know. Alleged, approved by Hillary Clinton on 26 July of a proposed from one of her foreign policy advisors to vilify Donald Trump by stirring up a scandal claiming interference by the Russian security services. Kaboom. So they knew the whole thing in the very beginning before they even started it was a load of bullshit. That's why he's going after his political rivals. Go ahead, Mike. Sorry.
Was that from U.S. Attorney William Barr running it?
This one came out and Fox News put them out. I think this was out after Durham, if I'm not mistaken. I to be honest with you, I couldn't tell you 100%, but I know Fox News is the one that put this particular photo out.
Okay, I have a couple things I sent over to you. This one for Carter Page, I pulled up from 2020.
Okay.
So you have a couple things to look at. And Carter Page here, the Inspector General's report identified significant problems with applications to receive and renew warrants to monitor the communications of former Trump campaign aide Carter Page in 2016 and 2017. Investigators were concerned about Page's ties to Russia, but never charged him with any wrongdoing. Inspector General Michael Horitz told senators the FBI failed to follow its own standards for accuracy and completeness when it sought warrants from the Secret of Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court to monitor Page's communications. The report detailed 17 errors and omissions during those wiretap applications, including failing to tell the court when questions were raised about the reliability of some of the information it has presented to receive the warrants. Those mistakes prompted internal changes within the FBI and spurred a congressional debate over whether the Bureau's surveillance tools should be re-end in, but Barr believes they were more than just mistakes, offering a personal view of the probe, a highly unusual move for a prosecutor in an ongoing investigation. Quote, my own view is that the evidence shows that we are not dealing with just mistakes or sloppiness, he had said. There's something far more troubling here, and we're going to get to the bottom of it. The FBI opened its investigation into ties between Trump and his campaign aide in Russia on July 31st, 2016. By that point, Russian hackers had broken into the Clinton campaign and other Democratic email accounts, and George Papadopoulos, a Trump campaign advisor, had boasted to a professor in London that he was aware that Russia had derogatory information on Clinton. Though Trump, I'm sorry?
I think he's talking about the Professor Joseph Mifsud.
Yeah. And then it ends with, though Trump and Barr have seized any and all errors made during the surveillance of Page, the investigation has already been underway for months by the time the first of this application and information has been sent.
Damn. Now, let me block the screen here for a second. So I got the screen blocked, and what I did was this, Mike. So I don't want to put anything ever up on the screen. And so what I did was I took a screenshot of that. I removed all the heading, the upper and lower, like this. That okay? There's nothing on top, above or below this. Yeah. So I did that with like the last three that you put in there. So that would be like that, and then that one, and then was this the one about Seth Rich? Yeah, and then this one I think was a different thread here, but it doesn't have anybody's name in there, and I do see that. Let me just make sure this one doesn't as well. And this is actually very good stuff here too, dude. Like, let me see, because this is, now these are like you would consider these good guys, or who? Obviously, we're not naming names here, but like, would you consider these good guys? Because this sounds very pro-Trump the way this particular one is written. It says, and I'll read a little bit of this if you guys want me to stop for any reason or whatever, just let me know.
Yeah, go ahead.
It says, right now Trump is sitting on a stack of Trump cards, or maybe Uno Wild Draw 4 more years, that he just waiting to lay out like a freaking royal flush. He has court cases still pending that will go to the Supreme Court, and thanks to the Texas case, he now know how to file it under Article 3, not 2, that will force them to hear it. He has the DNI report on Friday. Barr steps down 23rd, can now be a witness. Did his job. Durham, a special counsel, can prosecute any state. He's letting civil, criminal, federal courts fail to handle the situation properly so he can use military tribunals. He has taken the data, all of it, from NSA, the Kraken supercomputer, the Alice supercomputer, probably a couple of others we haven't heard about yet, too. He has the dueling electors from 7 state legislatures. He has a VP Pence as a final arbiter of which ballots to accept. He has the Insurrection Act, the NDAA, National Emergency, the 14th Amendment, 2018 Executive Order, 2017 First Very Executive Order, the Patriot Act, FISA warrants, the declassification of everything. People swear affidavits by the thousands, the QR code scan guy who just needs access to some real ballots and can detect if they are fake. Boom. By looking for creases in print items using his scanner technology. And I forgot that guy's name, the bald-headed guy. He used to do a lot of videos, and I haven't seen him do any recently. He has all the statistical data being analyzed, the videos, emails, phone calls, bank transfer statements showing the coordination of the coup. He has RICO. He has the Crimes Against Humanity videos. WikiLeaks just dropped a ton, and Assange will be pardoned so he can talk about Seth Rich. Now that the governors and Secretary of State certified, and Biden. All right, so that would be going on to the next one. There's a lot in there, and obviously this is from that time frame back then where it's talking about Barr about to resign or about to step down here. And I've always had my questions about Barr, guys. I don't know if you guys have any opinions on him, but you know, his father supposedly hired Jeffrey Epstein. Apparently he worked under Herbert Walker Bush. And so when he came on the scene, a lot of people were like, yo, pro Barr, yeah, pro Barr, yes, the honey badger, he's going to do it. And I'm sitting back and I'm thinking, like, I don't know if this guy's getting put into a position because they know that he will support his own criminal underlings and not do anything pro-Trump. And he will basically do as he's always done, which is swept up the crimes essentially for his folks. So again, I don't know if, you know, if they're going to say here now Barr can be a witness for this, or I don't know if you guys have any opinions on Mr. Barr in general.
My opinion on Barr is he's just like John Thune. And again, it's just my opinion. He's a rooster in a hen house.
Here we go. We'll get you right.
Yeah, typical Roman
Yeah.
Senate play all sides backstabber.
Yep.
But he's a Bush baby, just like a number of them were. But I think the complexity comes in where they had to use certain people in certain camps that were opposite for reasons that were to facilitate ultimate agendas and not just their short-term nonsensical stuff. So the best thing to have sometimes is the one you'd least want in a position so you can listen, watch, look, absorb everything. Barr hides behind his legal prowess in virtually every sentence he spoke. And that was always like a blaring alarm, a klaxon sounding every time he spoke. It was, okay, listen to him. Because he could speak out. That's one man who could speak out both sides of his mouth equally competently at the same time.
True. Very true. And you know, the angle that I was seeing on all of this was, all right, well, he got away with all the stuff he did under, you know, whatever connection that him and his father had with Epstein, I don't know, whatever, that's kind of out the window when it comes to him specifically. But anything he may have done illegally under Bush when he was in the CIA as an attorney, or anything he may have done previously, is essentially outside of the, you know, limitations. So they couldn't prosecute him for that. Well, let's pull him back into the situation. We know the deep staters are going to nominate him lickety split, right? Because he's their guy. And I think it was like 94-6 or something like that. And we know once we put him in this situation, what's he going to do? He's going to go get his broom and he's going to go cover up. So then maybe now they can actually get this known bad guy on something. Maybe not the stuff he did before, but they got him on something. I don't know. That's how I was looking at it anyway. So could be right, could be wrong. Who knows? Time will tell. Let's see. I'll finish out this next one here because we stopped here at Seth Rich, and I don't want to do too much because we do have lots of other stuff too. It says, now that the governors and Secretary of State certified and Biden accepted, they committed and knowingly agreed to treason. Oh, solar winds. Yeah, and this is something else, guys, that we never I don't believe we ever got clarity on the solar winds hack of 2018, 19, 20. They said it was the worst hack in the history of the world, essentially, and then it just kind of went away. Like, nobody talked about it after that. So let me see. So solar winds hack, solar winds just raided, and Dominion closing up shop. And just a current note on Dominion, they just dropped their lawsuit against Mike Lindell a couple weeks ago. Same with politicians and media. He has the CIA servers used to change Dominion machines. He will soon have access to the machines too. He baited them to staying in D.C. so they can be inaugurated. Oops, arrested. Biden hasn't accepted any transition money. Ooh. Okay, buddy.
I was going to say, this isn't the only lawsuit that's been dropped against Lindell recently. From, let's say, high-level arm twisting. One out of Europe, another one, now this one.
Oh, really?
It's very interesting why these lawsuits that are, one I know, written in gold, not stone, but gold, and his accusations, and a defamation and slander of an individual was just made to go away. And the individual did it thinking it was in the best interest of what moves forward in this country. So take that into account. The very individual who filed the lawsuit, who I know well, dropped it because he felt it would be in the best interest of what was happening. What that is, there's the big question. What is that? And what is it that Lindell not necessarily can do? It seems at this point what he knows or doesn't know or has been handed because of his position and his stances. Not saying he's a bad guy. I'm just saying there's some hinky shit going on here with the legal system and him, where these lawsuits are just dropping. So what? It's one of several things. What are they wanting to keep him placated about that he won't talk about? Number two, what does he know that ordinarily he would never know had he not been involved in the voting scam that we're still coming out from under? And that's what the Save America Act is primarily about. And do they want anything upsetting that in the meantime? And the answer probably is no. So that's probably the reason why. What was done to the one individual by his camp and him, my recommendation to him was, when it all blows over, refile again and make it a wrinkle so it can't be dismissed even in your foreign country where you are. But refile it with a new wrinkle that makes it a new case. Because slander and defamation and the way that particular situation has been handled, I don't know about the others. Yes, somewhat, but nothing that I want to comment on. Slander and defamation to that degree deserves attention because it was an awful low shot. And that the fact that this individual dropped that case, that was saying a lot about the individual, not Lindell. Whatever Lindell's web that he's caught up in, I'm not even going to go into or even speculate on. However, very interesting that a lot of lawsuits against him in particular seem to be going away. And I'll tell you why. And it is a valuable point because he does hold, let's say, a repository of a lot of evidence regarding the voting situation. Not the only one, but important enough to keep afloat. So I say all that to say, yes, it's a dirty game out there. However, sometimes there's reasons for that game. And I have to give credit to the individual that dropped the suit because what was alleged with him was totally beyond the pale. And it had been done publicly.
Don't forget the fact that Lindell and Tina Peters have a very tight relationship too, for those that don't know.
Yeah, so you don't want
Ooh.
to tarnish one or the other. It's a very delicate balance.
Yep.
And I expect this being handled properly. And the fact that that individual dropped everything, at first it was under threats, but then it was, well, from certain U.S. personnel that are retired in another country. However, that's not the way again, I'm seeing so many deficits in the way these things are handled. You could have sat down and reasoned with this man, and it would have gone 1,000 miles further than what he decided to do out of conscience and concern for the bigger picture when he's suffering through something that most parents would have broken from. So I'll just leave it at that.
Mm. Yeah, it's
Those
a lot
listening,
of crazy.
you know what I'm referring to, which would be only a handful. You just heard it. But stop this nonsense. And then I've seen things associated with that situation that are 1,000,000,000% egregious and uncalled for. Yet it's going along with. And bottom line is, people need to understand there is no black and white. There's a billion shades of gray. And that's where all this falls into. But overall, right direction, yes. Right accomplishments so far, yes. And that's a big statement with a lot behind it, even though it's just a bland sentence. I'll just leave it there.
Also
Nice.
understand, guys, that we're 120 days away from the midterms. So whatever is going to be revealed, whatever is going to be put out there in all spectrums has to happen before then. That's just my opinion, the way that I'm seeing things lately,
Yeah,
especially over the last
and
2
a good
weeks.
time before then. A good
Yes,
time
sir.
before then.
Correct.
Can't wait to the
Correct.
11th hour on this one.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. We're just 120 days away, man, and time flies. I'm telling you, time flies. And if you guys caught the 250th, the entire presentation like I did, okay, I was expecting for nukes to go off when Trump went up there to speak. There were only 3 takeaways, in my opinion. 3 takeaways that told me a lot. Number 1, towards the end of his speech was he dropped the phrase constitutional republic. That should tell you a lot. Number 2, the Second Amendment when he first started. The Second Amendment. And the third one that stuck out to me is communism has no place in our republic, and it's not going to go anywhere. It's not going to work. It's going to fail. That was the third thing. Everything else was just the election fluff, whatever. What am I trying to say here? If you think, any of you out there, if any of you guys out there think that we're out of the weeds yet, you got another story coming to you, because we're not. We are now in the final phase of the restoration, and it's going to get really, really ucky.
Mm-hmm.
Really ucky.
You know what? I'll
just there.
comment on that later in the show, because I think this is going to wind up going in that direction. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely right, Armando. It's going to get real mucky. And it's only going to happen faster and faster at this point. It has to.
It
Or
has to.
there's a big problem. A big problem.
Wait, are you saying, Ghost, that the bad guys aren't just gonna kneel and bend the knee? They won't just.
Oh, hell no.
Hell
no.
exactly.
You would think with their wonderful dispositions they would, but no. Again, as someone once said, and I agree 1,000%, the last quarter of the last breath it'll take until they're dead.
Absolutely.
And I'll say one thing. I'll say something else, and this is my opinion, of course. But when asked, I always give this answer. You have to understand, you cannot do, and I know what Steele was doing when he was talking about truth and reconciliation. It's a nice sentiment, but it's like trying to take Pepito, who's been molested from a child and then knows only that and becomes that. You cannot, you either put them in an asylum and separate them, or you kill them. One of the two. It'd be actually more humane to put them down. You can't fix certain people. And these people fall in a whole separate class of a mentality that you can't negotiate with. You can't come to an agreement with. There will always be caveats hidden in those agreements that you're not even aware of. They've been playing this game for not just 500 years, but the concept that we're talking about goes back to Sumer. That's 5 more 4-hour shows on that subject alone. You're not going to negotiate with them. Those who own and print the money worldwide, you either completely neutralize them or you give the future a failure where our great-great-grandchildren will have to deal with the same thing again, but in an environment that no one listening to this, including us on the panel, can even envision regarding technology and regarding its use and abuse. And again, I'll say before we go into the real AI age, you cannot go into it with rampant global tech corruption, period. End of story. So someone needs to pull the balls out of the sack and lay them on the table and say, we've got to handle this harshly. The Russians have already said it categorically. They've already said it. They're going to deal with it that way. And if they have to be the bad guys to do it for humanity, they're more than happy to do it. Now, I'm talking about on a level way above Strzok, Mueller, Page, all the FBI, or many CIA, that is so tightly compartmentalized and so quiet that no, they don't have access to this information, nor these movements. But I'll give you an example. When the president says to Carney, you're not coming into the Board of Peace. And by the way, we're gonna nix USMCA because it takes 2 to make a treaty or a relationship, 1 to break it. All you have to say is, I'm not doing it anymore. I'm done. And a treaty means nothing. You can wipe your ass with the paper it was written on. Yeah. So that's a good move. That's another positive indicator of what's going on. That basically until MI6 pulls its out of your behind, and you stop acting on every little thing that and other. And they're not I'm not condemning MI6 by any stretch. It's factions within and factions with others in other countries. If we don't stop this, it's not going to stop ever. And we're coming upon a time period now between the midterms, but now, if certain things don't transpire by the 15th of this month, and we're looking at 8 days from now, there's a problem. That's my opinion, but I think it's based on enough time, experience, and work and observation where I'm going to say that.
Interesting. Understand that the Five Eyes right now have their own civil war inside each and every one of those agencies. Okay.
And between them.
And in between them, correct. It's a battle. I'm telling you, it's a battle. It's weeding out the swamp creatures within those agencies all over the globe. And that's what we're facing right now. That's why you have a plethora of absolute horse shit out there on X. You don't know what the hell to believe anymore. Okay,
well,
a lot of it AI driven. A lot of it AI driven.
Yeah, but I think give it to Musk in that he allowed for absolute free expression. So all of the craziness is going to come out. And that's actually a good thing to see it.
Yep.
And AI driven, that's the question. How much is he allowing AI to muck with the works? It's external AI coming in and making these comments. And this is where social media has completely lost its credibility. It's been this year, it lost its credibility. Unless you're talking to somebody you know in the breathable existence, or someone that you've known for a long time, you've talked to on the phone, you know they're real, you're not getting a lot of real responses. Engage some of the things that leave comments in your stuff that you do on social media. Yes, I'm familiar and very experienced with it all, but I mean none of it at this point. None of it. No need to be. Believe me, the AI component coming in and trying to sway, let's say, overall group, individual group, and larger groups, extrapolate that out all the way to the macro dynamics, is rampant. It has been since Norcom started fucking with it back in 2010. So it has been a controlled environment. If you're going to go onto a page where you don't really know anybody except 2 or 3 people, and there's always 50 of you there commenting, half of it isn't real.
Mm-hmm. Dude, you don't know if you're talking to a bot half the time, and sometimes you can actually tell by the response it gives you, because it won't actually, if you ask it a question back, it'll just give you some other fluff and not actually engage you. But they are getting better, and there's so much of it too. There's so much garbage out there. And you know what, my all-time you could probably find one from today, I bet you, because I've just been sick of it. I've been letting the people have it, basically saying like, so basically, yeah, fake story right here. See, fake BS made up story. All this stuff that people are putting out, like breaking news, and then putting a video out of 2 years ago, is a little different than what Ghost is talking about. But you got a lot of these people out here that are just putting out
That's
just
in
breaking.
Don't check the byline that says the date and time and who wrote it. And that's the first thing you check with anything handed to you that strikes your emotions. All right. There's where the very basis of it rests. Take advantage of the better nature of people and do it in such an let's say, an adroit way that they don't understand where the nuance is. And you've controlled and created a new narrative offshoot, or controlled the main narrative. And it's not as simple as reading one article that is valid and then commenting. You can comment as far as that article and what evidence do you have to back up your comments. People are not taught to deal with, number one, responses to emotion. Emotion is nothing. Let me just give you a quick lesson here, and it's for another show, but spells are cast constantly, all day long, with neurolinguistic programming, with structure of sentences, with the assumptions left within the spaces between certain words that people will make that then are responded to emotionally. Your emotions are not emotions as you've been taught. Your emotions are senses. If you respond emotionally, let's say, to something stated in a heated debate in a thread, you were never trained. No human being on this planet, other than a very few, are trained from youth to understand that how you feel does not matter. It's what decisions you've made and these feelings or emotions are in reality senses, just as real as the 5 tactile. Add them all together, you have 165. Your emotions are there to help you decipher the chasm that was bred into you through the society to divide the unconscious or subconscious mind from the conscious mind. The one who most expertly worked through it in the 20th century was Carl Gustav Jung. And he didn't get to finish what he would have done had he lived another 100 years. It would have been amazing. But people respond emotionally to problems, not realizing that they are on a childish level saying, responding and flowing with the erratic nature and frequency of emotion, and not saying, what is this emotion telling me? Why am I? And I'll give you a very simple example. I'm walking down a dark street in a city at night. My gut tells me turn left, even though it's going to take me 3 blocks off my course. That's an emotion.
Do it.
That's not just intuition. That's information devoid of personal, individual, immediate reactionary response that you are never trained to disregard. You should be trained to observe it, and then you choose how you respond. I don't care if your husband comes home and says, honey, you look like a cow. The past 6 months you've gained 40 pounds and you're a fat ass.
Good luck.
How many women are going to say, oh, thank you for that observation, honey, I love you? That
0.
should be the real response if they're honest with themselves and they don't react to the emotional or sensorial need for defense of the self. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Too often we run with emotion. That subject can go into 1,000 areas because that discordant energy does have a use. Most people never know what it is, nor see it, nor understand it. But it does have a use, but it's outside of our perceptual range. I'll just leave it at that for now.
You want to see a perfect example of what Ghost is talking about here on the emotion aspect of it? I just watched this yesterday for the first time. I found it by luck. I didn't even know it existed, had never even heard of it. It was a movie that goes back some years with Robert Redford and Blondie Boy. I forget his name right off the top of my head right now, called Spy Game. If you haven't seen it.
Good one. Yep. Brad Pitt.
Yeah. If you haven't seen it, watch it, because in my opinion, and it's just my opinion, out of all of the Intel movies that I've ever seen out there, that one, in my opinion, happens to be probably the best one I have ever watched, because it's real world as going to get.
Somebody who lived it wrote that, or
Redford
someone to write, because Redford's the adult.
Yeah, Redford's role in that movie should have gotten him an Oscar, in my opinion, because, man, he played everybody in that movie. Everybody. And the one that least suspected it, and I'm not going to give it away, was Brad Pitt.
Was his protege.
Yep.
But he was teaching his protege real world, real time, on the job training.
And his protege was operating off of pure emotion.
Instead of growing up and seeing the reality, right? The reality is, your wife gained 40 pounds in the last 6 months, and you're telling her, but, how you tell them? Oh, fuck that. Just tell the truth and stop. But we've never been trained from childhood to respond to emotion properly. We've been taught to be reactive, not reflective, before there's a response. Because if she says, hold on a minute, and goes and looks in the mirror and says, yeah, I am kind of muffin topping these jeans here, and you are right. No, that's not going to happen not because you're not human beings, not because you're babe. It's because you haven't, we were never, and this was written out of the human raising construct back at the time of Sumer. Okay. And this was all understood. That's why I say, and I don't mean this as an insult, and I'll leave it at this. Most adults act from a position of acting childish and not on a higher level of function.
Well, the space aliens told us that. We're just too juvenile. We don't get it. And if you want to go Navy, right? Just going to put this out there. If you want to go Navy, just if you want to avoid an argument, just say, oh, honey, it's okay. You know, you don't fit into those jeans, but hey, here's the way I see it. The more the cushion, the better the pushing.
Well, there you go. Hell, the husband might love it and go, yeah, I got my chunky monkey here. We're going to have some fun. No, I'm just being stupid.
Yeah,
but another movie that he did, great book, excellent production, was 3 Days of the Condor.
Oh, yeah.
And the uncut director's version of that is brilliant. Because, yeah, in those days, that was the level of the game. And Redford's character, in the end, it appeals to, again, the better nature of the public. However, in reality, in the scheme of things, it's childish. Because what was his counterpart? The great actor from those days, and the darker hair. I wish I had the name. He was basically saying, at the end of it, he says, oh, you took it to the New York Times. Are you sure they're going to publish it? No. How do you know they're going to publish it? Are you guaranteed they're going to publish it? Because when people start crying for oil, even though that's not the perfect setup, and in those days, the technology was there to wean off of oil, it wasn't happening. It's the reality. Again, reality versus desire and better days. Unfortunately, the reality is, it was Cliff Robertson. He was saying, in 5 years from now, when they're not able to fill up their gas tanks or heat their homes, do you think they're going to care how we did it? Do you think they're going to care how we made sure we got it for them? But if we don't get it for them, that's what's going to happen, basically. And that's now on a rapid scale, a rapid rotating scale daily on so many subjects, from technology to energy, that we're at a point now where humanity is at a crossroad, and we have to choose. Do we drop the old ways and have the ones who are grubbing for money, and billions are not enough, they want hundreds of billions, but their children in the very same dynamic I've been speaking of? Because you can only have so many Ferraris. You can only drive one at a time, by the way. I don't know if many people know that, who are wealthy and collect cars, but you can only drive one at a time. But it's okay if you've got that money and you've made it. But the point being, in that film, he was basically saying, and Redford was righteously indignant over the fact that the whole unit he worked with was killed because he stumbled upon something that had to do with oil. Now, it was actually, in the book, it's another subject they deal with. It's not oil. Oil was made so that the audience could understand the overall arc and content of 3 Days of the Condor. I think it was Sidney Pollack who directed it. And he was actually one that could handle directing a film like that. And they did have intelligence people that were hired for consultants for the whole thing for 1975. And it is a great, great story. There's so many great stories that people could learn from on the realities of the world. The Good American.
I never saw this
Graham
one.
Greene novel. Good
3 Days
American,
of
the
the
Graham
Condor?
Greene novel. Yes, you have to see it.
That's a great film.
That's a good
That is
movie.
a
Great
great,
film.
great film.
And the one you were
And
talking about
Graham
before that,
Greene's.
was that
The one I
Spy?
was
Yeah.
talking about before that was Spy Game, and you
Spy
can find
Game,
it on
yes.
Amazon Prime.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that one I
Games,
had
just
seen.
Spy Game.
That was
Amazon
good.
Prime. There was one scene in that movie where Brad Pitt and Redford are sitting up on top of a rooftop, and Brad Pitt's really, really upset with Redford because he marked an
Burned
asset.
someone he cared about.
Yeah, and he said, "Nope, you got to let him go." And he says, he's going to get killed. He's going to get killed. He says, "You need to let him go. You can't help him anymore. Let him go." And he goes, "What do you think, that this is a freaking game?" And he goes, "That's exactly what it is. It's a game,
Yeah.
right? But if you don't play it correct, it can matter whether you live tomorrow or not."
And if you get ungoverned, emotionally involved,
You're done.
you'll become that. And he's a good young man, and he's very competent. And the last time Mike and I were together, what was I saying to you, Mike? In that one situation, I got too emotionally involved, and I admitted that, just overtly. I got too emotionally involved. However, I got to a point where I can get emotionally involved and I can make up for it. And
Mike
that's
nailed
not
it. There it
easy.
is.
That's not easy to do.
How do you
Yeah,
guys,
this
you
is
want to
not
comment
a
on this
game.
one? This is not a game,
Yeah, man.
but learn to play
Love
the
that.
game.
Learn to play it.
Very true.
And what the president and this administration and all those quiet shadow areas and above areas that are supporting it are trying to do is not just learn to play the game, not master the game, create a new game.
Create a new game.
And
Yes.
that is what the Board of Peace was an example of. That is what stepping out of all these trade agreements is a prime example of. That's what handling certain nations that have a comeuppance is all about.
Heck yeah. Back
And
to the
I think we've hit it here with that. By no means done, but we hit the core of the issue. This is, as long as greed and mammon, worship of mammon allows to be run amok, as long as human nature is not improved, and it has improved over the eons a great deal, it still has a long way to go. We're going to have to deal with what's called reality. And whether you like it or not, that's an emotional response. It is, what is it, and how do we function and master it, and how do we create new games to where everyone else has to join and our country is the master. And that is what this man and this administration and all of the support, despite all of the infiltration, and I'm saying it out loud, despite all of the two side players, because all they're worrying about is padding their nests.
Yep.
And despite all of it, you've got to work somehow in between all of that muck and mire. And believe me, that's not easy. Back channels are precious and once they're developed, you defend them with everything. That's what's saving this world right now. Back channels. The same thing that if you go look at the Kevin Costner production of the 3 days in I don't know what the title was, but when he played the one White House staffer and advisor to Kennedy, you see that in that film, how the back channels saved us from nuclear conflagration. And that's what's saving us now.
And if I could add to that just a little bit there, Ghost.
Add to it.
In our personal lives, and I'm currently halfway through it right now for the second time, because you get a better understanding of it the second time. If you have not read The Art of War yet, read it. Get yourself a copy. It's cheap. Read The Art of War, because it'll help you out not only in your personal life, but it can also help you in your work life and whatever else you are involved in.
Absolutely. That and a lot of the writings of Machiavelli, because Machiavelli was a realist when it came to the state of the human condition and the times. And it still applies, unfortunately, even though we've become slightly more enlightened as a race.
You mean Tupac? I love this music. Oh, you mean the real? Oh, okay, the real Machiavelli. And one thing I'll say,
I'm not making music references.
Hail Mary, from quick sea. Do you know what his album? Actually, this is actually somewhat newsworthy, even though it's old. But did you know what the name of his album was called? The Machiavelli album.
No.
Let me see. You're gonna love this one. Let me see.
I'm taking it to the bank.
No, Machiavelli, Don Killuminati. Don Killuminati. So I don't know. Don Killuminati, Machiavelli. Don. Let me see if I can get the picture up. Yeah, the Don Killuminati is what it's called. So I thought that was interesting. Just really.
And we're
good.
Really, very quickly, where these young men got their inspirations was with interfacing with people in, let's say, secret societies, outside of secret societies who were operating at that level or higher even. And there is a movement, even though it is as misguided in certain ways as the, quote, sovereign citizen movement. A lot of real and true information gets funneled through these. And the Moors have done a magnificent job, though they choose to wall themselves off behind Moors instead of humanity. It's no different than any other group, and I'm not condemning them for it, and I'm not condoning them for it. I'm just simply saying it is what it is. But this is where a lot of these young men got, let's say, read in to a lot of what's going on and why their neighborhoods were engineered to be that way, and to a degree with certain, let's say, operations over the past 50 years in particular. So,
well, I mean, if you remember what it was like before all the gangster hip hop stuff, right? We had like Will Smith wearing like, the Africa sweatshirts and the big jewelry, but not the gold stuff, right? It was all about peace, love, and happiness. And then it turned into like, drive down my street, I'll shoot you from my my Escalade with 22s and my diamonds, and my bitches are the baddest. And it's like, oh, come
bitches
on.
Bitches and hoes in my 9. If I say 3 bitches and hoes in my 9, that makes 80% of the rap song, just like some other stupid shit makes 80% of all other music.
You know what's interesting here is, when my dad worked in narcotics from the 80s and 90s to the early 2000s, was what he was able to deduce himself was when the crack cocaine epidemic hit LA, all over LA County, California, was right around the same time rap started coming. Rap at the form of Tupac and everyone else started coming out.
Generation from New York hip hop kind of thing,
right? But they were backed by organizations on the East Coast with lots of money to fund that. I'm just going to say that those organizations were funding both fronts. They were funding the crack cocaine epidemic, and they were funding the music industry at the same time.
Bingo. Wow. Just like Antifa and its antithesis are both created and funded for your entertainment pleasure.
Do you guys think this is a coincidence right here?
All these daytime 24/7 soap operas have been, all but maybe one, let's say 10%, are created.
Yep. How about this? January 2025, U.S. aid defunded. October 2025, first time ever, no rap shows up on the Billboard Top 40. Isn't that interesting? Just a coincidence, guys. One comment.
Well, they're covering up a lot of U.S. aid right now, and I think it's for strategic reasons. But oh my God,
you see this,
Mike? I think you can back me up on that. A lot of it's being not, let's say, talked about.
Look at this account, dude. U.S. aid. We're shutting this place down. My co-host yesterday said the State Department's now apparently running U.S. aid. And the last thing I just want to put in a comment. Hopefully this helps somebody out there. Am I talking back in my ear? I got a little.
I heard a little something.
There we go. It's gone. What was it? So if you are nervous, you are essentially worrying about something that's ready to come. And if you are upset, then you're dwelling on something that had already happened, right? So if you're nervous, you're worried about something that's coming. If you're angry at something that already happened or may come. And is that true, guys? Love and fear. There's only two emotions, and every emotion breaks off of those two. If you're angry because you're fearful, things like that.
Fear is a total vacuum of what we call agape, or complete total love. We need to take a lesson from the Eskimos. They have certain tribes have 35 terms for snow.
Really?
All right.
That seems a little much.
Yeah. Well, you have powdery, you have windy powdery, you have built up powdery, and then you've got the wet and the icy and all the others in between. Because of their need to master that environment, they had to master the different types of snow precipitation to know what was going to happen tomorrow or next week or next month. We never did that with love, did we?
Nope.
Love's always been kept as, in English parlance, mostly a singular term. We don't talk about agape. We don't talk about platonic. We don't talk about the many other forms of love. However, they're one expression of the one, let's say, energy that exists throughout the universe. Make no mistake about it. As consciousness is a constant, so is that. And that is the complete opposite of lack, total fear, or fear of any level. And again, it gets more complicated than that. However, you're right. Those are the two opposing forces in that most important construct of the human condition. There's either love or there is a complete lack of love. And lack of love is bred through through economic mechanisms. It's bred through the constant position of need. You just make it. All of a sudden, prices and wages are balanced and people are actually buying and happy. You don't want a happy populace for a number of reasons. At least I do, but certain controlling interests don't. And then all of a sudden there's a crisis, or there's a reason why fuel is going up, and therefore everything else goes up. And there's inflation, usury, which is a no-no in any system from the beginning. However, the West embraces it as if it's a part of reality when it isn't. And again, money, mammon, the concept of the spells it casts innumerably to individuals, groups, and larger, just keeps this fear of lack, fear of everything. And that is a complete absence and vacuum of its opposite, love in all of its forms. And we have groups that remain within certain positions of power, call it in government, whatever you want. A lot of it's been relegated to a fifth column, a sixth column actually, and that's industry or corporate. And let's say the construct of all of this, if you break down what corporeal, corporation, all of it, it all ties together under concepts that have been subdivided and compartmentalized. Banking is the most compartmentalized endeavor out there, more so than intelligence. And but banking works very smoothly because it's on basically the balancing of the ledger. The rest of it is not a balancing of a ledger. It's philosophies, ideas, concepts that are put forth, and then money is thrown at them and they happen. And I say all this to say that as there is a reorganization and breakdown coming within the economic system, because the economic system is what we use to engage in the most important human endeavor outside eating, breathing, and all the other functions a human being does, and that is engaging in commerce. Again, I'll say it again. We're engaging in commerce right now, the four of us. But we're doing it under the contract or the understanding that this is free to each of us because we all work for a common ideal, a betterment of humanity. It's that simple. We're trying to give the best information we can, each from our own perspective, based on what each of us knows. And we all make mistakes and we're wrong at times, all of us individually and together, everyone in the audience included, equally in that. Everyone's life goes that way. And the bottom line is, we're at a crux in history to where we have to deal with the concept of the childish emotions that humans act by, their simplistic and, let's say, juvenile modes of behavior, whether you're at the top of Goldman Sachs or you work for a hardware store. It begins and ends with the individual. And we've never, ever had an educational system, not a system like we think of today as education, but a system, not a system, fuck system, excuse me that word, that was the worst word I could have used. A methodology from parenting extended beyond that to raising our children in the ways that we truly know to exist, because some of us do that. And a lot of this, it is not esoteric knowledge. It is not occult knowledge. It is both of those in that it's been kept from people. It's not been part of the generational, let's say, what needs to be passed from generation to generation. And when we came across societies that did do that, be it in Australia, be it in the United States, wherever the New World existed, South America, Central America, what did the European model do that was based on domination and exploitation? They destroyed it, but they always took the esoteric knowledge, the knowledge that all human beings should be raised on. And then it's divided among one of 1,000 secret societies that interlock. Some don't, most do. And we're working on a failure model. And that model of failure is the ego. We don't breed that out of children. It is a natural defense mechanism left over from our biology. We don't teach that out of children. Fully capable of doing it, but most don't. And they then grow into filling in the molds and the desires and all of the dust. Again, you live, I'll leave it at this. You live, you die, you take nothing with you but your spirit, soul. That's eternal. How did you go further in this lifetime? And I'm not talking about religions. I'm talking about you as an individual. How have you made yourself better than yesterday, today? Have you even thought about that? That should be the primary process in everyone, because everyone benefits. But we're engaging in open, free commerce, meaning it's whatever we say, take it or leave it, but it's theirs. It's there for yours. You're taking your application or your dismissing of it, depending on who you are and where you are in your own life. But everything, the collective as we know it, that winds up becoming systems and systems within systems and entire ecosystems, as they like to use that term now, of human endeavor, begins and ends with you, not anyone else, not anything else. You. And what do you want? So I'll end that monotribe on that.
Well, I got a couple of comments for the chat for you, or for one for everybody, and one for you specifically. Who the hell is this jerk? No, always we play games.
Just another jerk.
Some jerk. What is this jerk off trying to tell me how to? No, Uni, U45N1 said that's very easy to say, but it's very hard to do.
Where's that echo thing from?
Let me see. I can find out right now. Nope. I can't find out right now. Very hard to, it might have come from you, buddy. But anyways, it says Uni or U45N1 says that's very easy to say, but very hard to do. Stay into the now. And then AgroTerra says, "Dear Ghost."
Exactly. And let me answer that. Yes, it is very easy to say because it's mastering the obvious. Yeah. And it's not difficult to do if you focus your desire, meaning intention, upon it. And that's a job. That's a job we're never taught as children, whether in primary, secondary, or collegiate. No one ever has built that into none of the humanistic aspects that were most important were ever built into that. So yes, if you live in a lifetime divorced from that concept, it's work. And it's a work only the individual can do. It's not easy.
The now. It's always the now.
Yeah.
Right?
There is no such thing as time.
Mm-hmm.
There is entropy.
Future don't exist.
No, they don't. There is only the moment. And most people are too busy planning on the future or worrying about the past to ever live in the moment. There's where humanity is, stuck in that spiral that never allows you to rest in the moment.
Sure. No.
Yeah. And the Buddhists have been preaching that. Mystical Christianity, the higher aspects of it teach you that. The mystical Judaism teaches you that. Even mystical Islam teaches you that. All of the Tao, Zen Buddhism, all of it is pointing you to that one thing.
Yeah, the Tao is very good on that. If you read the Tao, it highlights a lot of that, living in the now.
And the now is all that matters. It's the only thing that's real. There is no such thing as time. Well, wait a minute, I've got a clock and no, you have a device that's called a chronometer that clicks at certain measurements. Okay, there is such a thing called entropy, where energy is constant, entropy increases. What does that mean? Entropy means both decay and the development of more complex systems, whether they be in nature or in human nature. So that's where locality and non-locality, that's the doorway to understand that concept, which then allows you to understand that distances and space, and it's not what we are led to believe or what the predominant scientific community holds true. They hold true because their instrumentation has allowed the pinnacle of their instrumentation has allowed them to repeat certain aspects over and over, which means then it must be true or it's acceptable until a variable comes along and says, well, this is something you weren't looking at because you never had the sensing or instrumentation to measure it.
Yeah.
So when people understand that time does not exist, only growth and decay, which is based on subatomic and atomic interactions and molecular interactions, chemistry, biology, astrophysics, astrobiology, all of that. We're getting to the point to where concepts that are relegated to a heap of mysticism and science have got to dovetail. And science has to understand it will be days, weeks, months, years, decades behind certain other innate, inborn, within creation understanding.
Mm-hmm.
So both go hand in hand now, and they are growing ever closer through the understanding of quantum physics and what is beyond quantum physics. And quantum physics, we have hardly the real instrumentation and sensing equipment needed to quantify that, to say that, yes, it does exist, and we may never know why, but it is true. But it's so buried deeply, you've never seen things written on it, because those are mostly internal right now, as they should be, until they're better understood. But we're now at a point to where greater leaps have to be made in dovetailing the two, which means dovetailing our ability of the observer of consciousness, which we are all a part of, which is a constant throughout the universe, finally comes and says, okay, let's be honest with existence. So that's the best I can answer that.
Well, let me get to my my second comment for you. I was just popping this in the background. You were talking about quantum and things that are really small and whatnot. I was just putting this on. I showed this on the Saturday show. This dude, like, I guess they call it, the infinite sketchbook. But that second comment was, let me get back to it here. Agroterra says, "Dear Ghost, if your mom is still here, give her a big hug for having you. If she's passed, speak to her and remind her how blessed we all are that she raised you right." And then in all caps with 3 exclamation points, "Thank you." A very nice comment there.
Oh, thank you. And I'll give I have a letter I need to write to my mama, and it's a very cherished and sacred relationship we all have with our mothers. And I thank her in many ways too.
Letter writing.
Thank you.
That's something we need to get back to doing more. Letter writing.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Well, so just really quick as we kind of top off on the Seth Rich stuff here. So Tim Birch is now saying, what is it?
Printed, not an email.
A letter,
Handwritten, a letter that
little
only
cologne?
she gets. Yes.
And cursive
No,
too.
not cologne with my mother. You pervert, you. No,
I don't know what you weirdos did in your family. I don't know.
No, your military humor showed through there, even though I don't think you were in the military. But that was funny.
No, I showed last week the reasons. In addition, and apparently flat feet, you can't do the military.
No, listen, your mind is light years ahead of many things and where it should be. So that's my humble opinion, and I'll stand by it.
That's your boy Spaceshot right there at about 1.5 years.
Oh,
yeah, I had my own little skateboard. My own.
That's awesome.
My mother said I used to kick when they basically went from a different thing and put the cast on each foot. She said I would literally break them off and jump from like couch to couch, and she'd have to go get me recasted all the time. But yeah, that's my big military moment there. And of course,
I'm gonna take a quick potty break, but I'll be listening.
Sure, go ahead. I'm sure the recruiters always tell everybody, yeah, you did really good on your test. You could take your pick of jobs. And then he was like, oh, but you're all screwed up, buddy. So yeah, you ain't going nowhere. So yeah, just really quickly, this is interesting too, and I didn't know where to place this, and maybe some of you guys did, because I thought it was just weird that there's a lot of these emails that, as the Seth Rich stuff is coming up again, and I was playing it on the screen as you guys were talking in the background. This person, the Skiff here, is putting out this screenshots of all these different emails, but it says, quote, we think Mueller arranged the hit on Seth Rich. Who knows hitmen better than Robert Mueller? It says FBI documents and emails allege that Mueller most likely hired a hitman to murder Seth Rich on behalf of or in cooperation with the Clintons. Seems that Mueller was the guy to go to in order to get the job done. It says some of the emails from the special counsel included, we think Mueller arranged the hit on Seth Rich. Who knows hitmen better than Robert Mueller? Quote, Mueller's crooked lawyers investigating judge and jury and their extended families. Mueller, who arranged the assassination of Seth Rich through his mafia friends, is a psychopath capable of any crime. Crooked Mueller has name of hitman. Clintons hired to murder Seth Rich. We think Mueller planned the execution of Seth. I mean, dude, John Podesta wrote, I'm definitely for making an example of suspected leaker, whether or not we have any real basis for it. So little slimy John Podesta saying, we want to make an example out of this person. We do know it was stated that this guy here in the middle was killed in a botched robbery July 10th, 2016. So it would be a 10-year anniversary in 3 days from now. But they're all mentioning this. And the only thing I can think of, Mike, is Whitey Bulger is what comes to mind. And I don't know if that has any foundation or not, but apparently they had some connections, I guess, in somewhat maybe back in Boston with Connolly, I think was the and this is, I'm just going off of memory on this one. I think it was like John Connolly was a dirty FBI agent or a supervisory agent that did some time. But basically, I think Mueller was under him at the time. I'm not sure exactly, but that's what I think about is Whitey Bulger, because I know Mueller used to run the FBI out of Boston. I'm pretty sure, and again, going off of memory. So I don't know if any of you guys had any comments you want to make on this. And Mueller, who is now essentially a vegetable, or playing a person being a vegetable at the last hearing. What page? So I don't know. You guys got anything you want to add to this one, or you want to move on to the next topic?
It's just,
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, it's when you have people in the court and the family thinks he's going through dementia, or he's having forgetful of memory and he's incompetent to stand on trial. I've seen it so many times in court, especially with the arrest of Sheriff Leroy Baca. When he was arrested, and they brought him to trial, and this is because I know the inside of the house of stuff. So when he was on house arrest, or before he's on house arrest, and him and Under Sheriff Tanaka were, they left their positions because of all the stuff they were doing, all the fraud. So when they had left, Baca, Leroy Baca, former Sheriff Leroy Baca at the time, picked up a job teaching at I believe it was a school or a private university. And then when he went to trial, while being a professorship at that college, his family and doctor said, "Oh, he has dementia." But after the trial, and after he was done leaving court, he would go back to school and teach class. So it was a game. Like the whole thing was a game. Like it was just like, and everyone was in on it. And ironically, it's so funny because I know the whole story. My father, before he passed in 2023, my father actually was in on the arrest for Under Sheriff Tanaka, and so I have the original booking photo of Under Sheriff Tanaka. My dad had a hard copy of it, and I was able, after my dad passed away, I was I retained that copy of that booking photo of him. But so my dad had worked with the FBI, Department of Justice, against the Sheriff Lee Baca and Under Sheriff Tanaka. And the one thing with Tanaka is not a lot of people know about this is he has Tanaka has had or that he's still alive. Sorry, has a photographic memory. So he was the one that was cooking the books. He was amazing at what he did, and it wasn't until the FBI had contacted my father and brought my father in with trusted internal affairs people inside of the LA Sheriff's Department to actually find out and figure out what's going on. And at that time, they were working with undercover FBI agents that went in the jails, Twin Towers, Men's Central Jail as inmates. And there was a lot of things going on operational wise. So they were undercover. There was undercovers in the jails. There's undercovers. They had FBI agents, other agents from different agencies go undercover as deputies, as lateral transfers coming in into patrol, into the jail. And so the whole investigation into Baca, Tanaka, and all of the fellow friends in their whole little ring is a lot bigger than most people think. And it even transposed, and there was a lot of parties that had happened with LA County county supervisors, LA city supervisors. There was a lot of people tied into it, and in the end of it, they wound up nabbing Baca and Tanaka, and in the people that were rolling in the dough that actually still have money in their pockets in their bank accounts right now. They're still in either an office or they retired very well, and and that's just how it rolled out. And so what I was saying is, with going to court, like, oh, my memory's bad, like that's a very common theme. It's a very common theme, and that's the same theme that Leroy Baca did when he would go to court. Is, oh, I had Alzheimer's. He has Alzheimer's. The family's concerned. He's not competent to stand trial. This and that, and it's irony at its best.
Such crap. No, I had to. Thank you guys if you did had a fill time. My son called. He's sleeping out. But Armando, did you end up getting to jump in? I know you were going to say something before about this.
No.
Oh, okay.
Like I said, there's. I guess it's a question maybe for an opener. I mean, and again, I'm going back again to the 250th. Trump's speech that he gave her at the end. I know from people emailing me, I know from people texting me while I was gone, it's like, hey, you've been hinting a lot about something is going to happen on or before the 4th of July. And then after the speech was like, well, I guess nothing happened. Well, again, you may be looking through the wrong lens. Like I said earlier.
Well, that nothing happened in certain ways is good.
Yes, it's good, which tells me that the good people out there,
other than what you have to say. Yeah.
What that tells me is that the good people out there were on the job doing what they had to do to keep us all safe. So thank God for that. Okay. Because nobody wants an uneventful event, if you will. But something did happen. And my show on Thursday is going to touch on that, which is going to be, restoration of the Republic, the final phase, because a lot of people missed it. Again, I'll bring it up again. Right? Second Amendment, that was very high on his list. Very, very high. Second thing, the battle against communism. Read between the lines on that one. Okay, when he meant communism, it's the same thing as this whole Islamic takeover of certain cities and certain states and flying, the Somali flag instead of the American flag in St. Cloud, Minnesota, and stuff like that. The whole situation going on in New York. You can just stay here and rattle this off. This is not going to fly. It's not going to go. And then obviously the third one, and in my opinion, probably the most important one, this is not over. This is just getting started. Please understand that. We're 120 days away from the midterms. We're in for something. I can't tell you, and I'm not here to spread fear porn or anything like that, but something is definitely around the corner. It could be Cuba. I don't know. Island-wide blackout. Okay, and I think they got 2 light bulbs lit in the last 12 hours, and it was for the administration over there. Okay.
Really?
Oh yeah, that's getting ready to happen. I can just feel it now. Unfortunately, I've been in the dark. With my network down there because the blackout and observations and stuff like that. But you just popped it up on screen here. When you have the American embassy down in Havana issuing a security alert for all citizens, American citizens, whether they're traveling or they're on the job or something like that, to get the hell out, like now. Okay, and they're getting ready for something. What that is, could it be an invasion on the U.S.'s part? I don't know. I don't have that crystal ball in front of me. But expect it at any minute, when you least expect it, for that matter. It's just going to happen. Then you have Venezuela. I've been really, really deep diving into Venezuela. I have one of my sources down there, Venezuelan girl. I can't talk too much about her or her connections either, but she sent me a message when I was out of town that she went down there to look after her family. She's had some loss, unfortunately. And then she floated me the piece before it even came out on X about the buildings that collapsed completely. Okay, and this was before Maduro. Okay, this was under the previous administration before Maduro, where he enacted the Housing for All project and started constructing these massive, massive apartment buildings. Okay, that had a very, very thin layer of concrete, but the rest of the internals of those cinder blocks were actually filled with styrofoam. So was that done on purpose? Well, yes, out of the communist playbook. They always take the cheap way out to construct everything. Ergo, look at the Pfizer building up in New York, okay? It's very, very weak infrastructure, very cheap materials, okay? Aside from that, okay, that's why these buildings came down. Was it pre-planned? Was it pre-staged? I can't answer that question. All I know is that it's typical. It's very, very typical, all right? They always cut corners. They always go the cheap way out. Why? Because less money that they have to invest in something for the people. They don't give a shit about the people, right? That just tells you everything right there. So then it was the earthquake. Then after the earthquake, it was the floods. After the floods, and the rescue people went in there from all around the globe, especially here from U.S. Some of the U.S. people were not allowed to go in there and try to help because Diosdado basically turned them away. This guy's got a 25 or a 50, I think it's a $25 million bounty on his head by our DOJ. They know where he is. He's had access to us all the time. Why has nobody scooped this guy up? Why is he still there? I've got questions. I can't get no answers right now. But the deal is, there's videos floating around out there too, that inside some of these so-called occupied apartment buildings and some of these buildings, there were no people living in there. There were hordes and hordes of $100 bills stashed inside these apartments. Rescue teams found this money in bags, in saran wrap, right out of there. Whose money is that? Where did that money come from? Okay. Why was the Venezuelan military hoarding and taking people's property, TV sets, appliances, instead of helping the people? They're napping inside their trucks instead of looking for their own people because they don't care about the people. Understand. And now the U.S. military is setting up a base down there. Right? So they're heavily involved and they're embedded in that. And when it comes to Cuba, yeah, they got the blackout going on island-wide, like I said earlier, with a couple of light bulbs that are lit. So again, a lot of unanswered questions. Is this a precursor to an invasion? I mean, the timing is right? Again, we're 120 days out. If nothing happens in Cuba between now and the midterms, POTUS is going to lose a lot of votes from a lot of Cuban people all over the world, or I should say here in the country, if something doesn't happen. So My gut's telling me that something's going to happen, and it's close, very, very close. What happens after that? Who are they going to put in place? Who's going to be the next puppet to lead the island if they don't get statehood? I don't know. I have no answers for that either. Again, I am disconnected from my sources down there, my network down there on the island. It's been that way for over a month, almost 2 months now. So I have no answers. So there's a lot of crap, a lot of stuff that's going on from every angle. We're getting bombarded with a lot of misinformation, a lot of crap out there on X, okay, that is absolutely and totally false. Not to mention we have our own problems here inside the Republic. So everybody's asking me, so what's going to happen? What's going to happen to restoration? How come income tax hasn't gone away yet? Right? Where is it? Where is that, income tax relief, right? Because they're all rolling old videos of Donald Trump talking about we're going to live off of tariffs because we made trillions of dollars, before 18 or whatever, before we had the IRS. Well, how come gas is not coming down to $2.50 a gallon? Like he said, if the gas stations don't get their prices down to $2.50 a gallon, there's going to be consequences. I'm sorry, we're still $1 over here where I live. Nothing's happened yet, right? So in my opinion, these people are asking me stuff like, he's making a lot of promises on nationwide TV, but nothing has been fulfilled, okay? Which is bad when it comes for election. There's not people in handcuffs, the Obamas, all these people. When is something going to happen? When? That's what everybody wants. They want action now. They're not getting it, but they fail to realize, okay, that when it comes to law, the current temporary system of law, in my opinion, okay, you got to have all your I's dotted and your T's crossed to make sure that you don't leave any loopholes in there to say, oopsie, we made a mistake, and then it all goes to hell.
Very true.
Then you have Amy Coney Barrett, right? And then you have the other idiot over there instilled by Obama, okay, striking down birthright citizenship, SCOTUS. I mean, guys, understand, as long as we remain under the maritime law, under that system, those people can do whatever the hell they want inside DC. This is a very slow, very cautious, very delicate transition to get us back to a sovereign republic. It is in the works, and it's going to come really, really fast. Okay, and Trump told us this. He said, we're going to go through a lot of pain before you start seeing results. Okay, and I get it. Everybody's impatient. Listen, it bothers me too. Groceries have not come down. Gas hasn't come down. Prescription drugs, I mean, it's like, oh, we're out of inventory. We're out of stock. So obviously there's supply chain issues. Okay, but everybody is hell-bent on results. They want results, and they want it now. They want it now, but they're being fed something else that's not, giving us the results that we want. Why? Again, Ghost said this earlier. Emotion. We are programmed to take everything and anything around us on emotion. You can't get that way. Okay, you got to think a little bit higher than that. Everything comes within the right timing. They know this. We don't. Why? Because we have been programmed under an instant society, right? Instant toast, instant waffles, microwaves, right? Oh, heat up my dinner, this and that. That's where we live. We want it now, and we want it fast. That way of thinking needs to change. We need to change that way of thinking, because if not, it's going to swallow you up, and it's going to make your life miserable. You're going to be bitter. You're going to be angry. You're going to be feeling distressed. Trust me, we all are. We all are. Just because I'm sitting behind a microphone in front of a camera does not mean, well, the camera just went off again. Never mind that. It doesn't exactly mean that we're not all feeling the pain. We are. We all feel the same pain you guys are. Okay, we just need to be patient. We need to be patient and just trust the plan. Trust the plan. Okay, whether you want to believe me or not, that's on you. But this is not an easy navigation. It's not an easy navigation, but it is in progress. All I got.
Armando, did you say, I don't know if you were talking about Venezuela, but did you say there was also money found in Cuba like they were finding in Venezuela, or was that what you were mentioning? Venezuela?
No, not in Cuba. All the cash that you see there in front of you does not exist in Cuba. All that's already been pumped overseas.
That is
That's all
crazy how
gone.
much they found in Venezuela. I mean, you're talking. It reminds me of that movie, that show Breaking Bad, with all the friggin' white, blue buckets right there that they put the
Yeah.
cash into. And it's like, this is all stacks of $100 American bills. It's like,
Yeah.
it's unbelievable how much money left our country under just straight up fraud, like 100% fraud, and so much of it is being exposed in the last many months as well. That's a good part of it, of course. But yeah, it's a dire situation over there in Cuba for sure. The fact that they don't have power is it's ludicrous actually at this time, being that it's 2026, that a whole country is essentially blocked out of power. That's pretty incredible. I can't believe that it's a state of affairs that we live in. Like, everybody, we could be living in a friggin' utopia. Everybody on this planet could have everything they wanted, but then we have to have the haves and the have-nots, right? That's exactly what it is. Let me see. We touched on. Now, I don't know if you guys want to make any comments on Cuba, Mike or Ghost. Obviously, you can go right ahead. But wait, let me pull a funny in really quick, because what does the the deep state and all these guys, they want a surveillance nation, right? Or a surveillance world where they have these little flock cameras out there. They're watching everything everybody's doing. So it's cool, right? We spy on people. It's all right. We can spy on people. Wait. WEF founder Klaus Schwab filed a criminal complaint in Geneva saying he discovered a listening device in his home office. Oh no. Yeah, this story put out yesterday, but this has been out for a few days. Oh, Klaus Schwab, somebody's spying on it. I thought it was okay. I thought, big tech was cool, and you'll have nothing and like it. You won't own nothing and like it, and surveillance is what we do. And who's this guy's tailor? That's what I want to know. Like, did he go to the friggin' crew of Star Trek and say, hey, I want the whoever does the wardrobe for Star Trek to do my clothes going forward? But yeah, I thought that was an interesting one. But so just kind of as a funny. We talked about this, guys, offline. I don't want to spend too much time on it, just because it's kind of a, not old news, but it's ongoing news, I guess. But Rasmussen Reports is putting this out today. They're saying, yeah, and it looks very much like the CCP wanted this story out. So let me fire through these three stories here real quick, guys, and then I'll get your comments. They're all on the same topic here. Otherwise, all these news headlines with stories and photos and dates on her visit would not exist. So they're sticking it to someone. The question is who. So here's Elaine Chao. She's meeting in China. She's in the middle there, coming back to her hometown. Here's another meeting that she had there. So Elaine Chao, Mitch McConnell's wife, decides 3 days after he's hospitalized, I'm gonna go take a trip to China. And in my humblest of opinions, I don't think, unless she hated his guts to the moon and back, you don't go to China unless your husband's already dead. Like, in my opinion, that's how I'm chalking that one up. But Scott Jennings here, guys, and look at the terminology. I spoke to my old friend Mitch McConnell this morning, the senior senator from Kentucky. He's still recovering in the hospital. We talked. Did we, though? We talked for just shy of 20 minutes about Iran, Ukraine, the unfolding situation in Maine, my visit to the TR Presidential Library, and even a little bit of Senate history. I told him we want to see him back at work as soon as possible. Old Mitch. He'll be back soon, though, guys. Don't worry.
Senator McConnell, we're told it was...
Ready, guys? Mike, Ghost, Armando, this is... I want you guys to use your military training and see if you see any deception in this statement, okay? Because I'm pretty sure that this is the body language guy that posted this. If it's not, I definitely noticed what he noticed, though. It's pretty damn obvious, but let's play it.
Senator McConnell, we're told it was hospitalized. Have you heard any word on him?
I have. I spoke to him yesterday, and he was in good spirits. I mean, he was very dialed in, paying attention to what's going on, and indicated that he would be back soon.
Lying like a son of a bitch.
Very obvious.
The eyes tell you everything.
Well, his eyes, he's looking down at his hands at the table, looking away. He's not engaging in eye contact. It's all of it.
Love it. Isn't that nice?
Agreed.
Oh, God. So what do you guys think about old Mitch? You think he's a goner? Because as we discussed, if it goes too much longer, then there's not going to be enough time for him to get in for for his replacement to be a special election.
I actually got word yesterday that he's been dead for several weeks, but there's been a cover. I'm just putting it out there that he's already been dead, and
Oh,
this
God.
is all maneuvering at a very high level, RNC above, let's say, negative offshoots and intel all working together to keep this quiet. Why did his wife run back to Mama, meaning China? And
Like I
what
said, like I said earlier, this is the rhinos trying to decide who's going to fill his seat. Okay, that's one. And number two, and this is all in my opinion. Okay, not that I found it or read it somewhere. And then the other thing you got to take note of is also Elaine Chao. Okay, her family, her direct family, runs the largest maritime shipping company in China for the CCP.
And
okay?
logistics is everything.
Yep,
Now,
they got
here's
stake.
the other part of the issue.
They got skin in the game. That's why
They
Mitch always
don't-
sided with the CCP, because if
They-
not, he knew he would get cut off, and there goes his lobbying money.
They
No?
don't want the truth of Mitch coming out just yet, if ever. But
Well,
I see in future months, in years, it comes out.
Well, may I pose a question here?
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Is okay. So with all the the recent and the last videos of Mitch becoming sick and going down, do you think there was any type of nefarious activities or nefarious physical instances where people made him ill or people used something against him?
Oh, kind of, sort of. Yeah.
Kind of, sort of.
What you're really asking? Did he get Havana syndrome? Maybe.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, well, you have that, and then maybe something at home. Did his coffee get spiked? Did his food get spiked? Was it a slow, for if you hold someone first degree murder, right? Was this a pre-planned, meditated takeout, by someone very, very close to him? Where it's not just right away, but it's like, okay, today's Friday, we're going to add something to the food. Monday, now we could add a little more than,
Like a slow poisoning.
A gradual poisoning. And then
we'll have the answer, Doc. We'll have the answer to that once we find out who fills his seat.
Yeah, and the other thing is when if and when they come out and say unfortunately he did pass away, is if they're going to do an autopsy and who the examiner is going to be doing the autopsy on it.
How many minutes between that and the cremation did it take?
That too.
They're gonna pull Michael Baden, Dr. Michael Baden, in to do the autopsy like he did on Epstein. Oh,
yeah,
they might get Fauci.
Ooh, and guys, this is what one of you guys had wrote. I think maybe Mike had mentioned this, but Mitch McConnell's freighted ties to a shadowy shipping company, which, the Ping Mei guys, it's Elaine Chao's family's business. And oops, they found $800 million worth of cocaine on a shipment in 2014. Whoops, that happens, sometimes when your nickname is Cocaine Mitch. So that's where that came from, if anybody's wondering. But what are your guys' thoughts on that? Like, as far as the fact that she even left, like, you would have to say, yeah, he's a goner at that point, because if he's like, oh, he might get better, he might not get better, wouldn't you be the wife to be sitting by his side? Want. Right? So that's why, in my opinion, he's a goner.
She went back over there to get debriefed.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. To get debriefed on who is going to fill his spot and, what countermeasures do they need to put in play to keep the business running. Again, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, that too. But, with her being so high, with so high in a seat where she is with China, going back and getting debriefed, by CCP or MSS, whoever it may be. But the overall is that she's of Chinese origin, and she's going back to her homeland of China. And the one thing from the intelligence standpoint, we all know is that for, Chinese people is, and this is not a derogatory statement at all. It's just, it's a intelligence historical, surveillance apparatus they use, is that, here in the States, there's Chinese surveillance police stations. They have Chinese police stations in the United States. Could there be a instance to where, okay, her husband died, she has all these things going on she needs to take care of, so she goes back to China to get all the help she can, and has those people she hire help, or however you want to phrase it, and they take care of all the stuff that they can for poor Mitch there, that passed away, unfortunately, if that's the case. But the fact that she went to China, she had fled, I don't want to say fled, because she's not convicted of anything. She did take off, so you could say she took off back to China. So that does show something, that there's something afoot and something bigger at play to protecting herself, protecting her assets, protecting anything of value, that she may hold of financial, financial assets. And with Mitch, and his degradation of state that he's in, it's very sad to to hear that the wife left, in the condition he is. But with all the information coming out, being a Chinese spy, that's of course, when something like this happens, what are you going to do? You're going to go back to your to your home country, to who you actually work for.
They're playing counter. They're playing defense to cover the money trail, make sure that all their I's are dotted and their T's are crossed, obviously, so nothing leaks out, to implement not only him, even though he's dead, but implicate her also as well. Same thing with Gavin Newsom's wife, right? It's like, no, cover it up. No, she had nothing to do with it. Bull crap.
Yeah. Yeah, and we called out all the information on Gavin Newsom weeks and months ago, and and
like he's in some hot water now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys saw I'm sure you guys saw the video the other day, so I don't have to play it again. But he's like, anybody that interferes in this election, messes with those ballots before state and local officials touches them. I don't care who gave the order. It's like, oh, dude, you seem a little worried, Gavin, and I'm liking the fact that he's worried. I'm really liking that.
Yep.
Let me see. I had a bunch of Seth Rich stuff. I named this one "Media Enemy of the People." Sitting down? ? Legacy media increased the term white supremacy by almost 5,300% from 2009 to 2020. Violent crimes, 2009, 2020. Black on white, 1162 per 100,000 blacks. White on black, 38 per 100,000 whites. 30 times more likely. Dangers of white supremacy narrative is pure propaganda. Which, I don't know what can be done, guys, for this, but my suggestion would be, you know how like certain sports organizations, like, and I don't even know which ones are which, like, is baseball considered a sport or is that entertainment? I know some of them are considered sports, some of them are considered entertainment, and some people say, well, the ones that are entertainment, those are the ones they can cheat in and they can rig and da-da-da, and I don't know the ups and downs of that. But one of them's called sports and the other one's entertainment. Well, why can we not have news and news entertainment, right? Like, if you are slating yourself as news, then you are held to a higher standard of, I don't know, telling the truth, right? If you want to get that that label or that what do you call it, your credentials to be able to be a news corporation, then you have to be able to be out there telling the truth. So when people turn on the TV on channel 10, 12, 6, whatever it may be, they know that, hey, I'm looking at Armando right here. I know he's telling me the truth because he has to. And if he doesn't, he's going to either get arrested, fined, A, B, C, D. But that, in
Right.
my opinion, is a major issue in our country because they're out there just mixing up, everything President Trump says is like, as it's like the worst thing ever. Everything he does, it's just like, oh, we can't do that. Oh, can't clean up the statues. Can't clean up the crime in the country. Can't do that. It's like, I don't get it. And it's all, in my opinion, one of the biggest problem is the legacy media. The legacy media needs to get fixed. And maybe they can do it with legislation. Armando?
The media does need to be fixed. But in my opinion, and again, it's just my opinion, if you want to attack the heart of the issue, the heart of the problem that we have right now, you need to start in academia. Our schools and our K-12, K through 12 and our universities, you need to fix that shit first, okay? Because they're basically turning kids and college kids to hate America, hate what America stands for, hate veterans, hate your true Americans into something that is a socialist communist state.
Well,
And you have teachers that are pushing this narrative. You need to fix that first. That needs to be dealt with first because that is the future. That's the future.
And in addition to what you're saying, Armando, too, and I so agree with it, but what crushes my soul is the education, the academics that they're teaching them. What are they going to come out of high school and do? I don't, they're on their phones, they're not listening to teachers, they're attacking teachers, they're live streaming attacking teachers, it's just, the level or the academia for kids right now is not when we went to school.
No.
And forget about standing up and doing the Pledge of Allegiance right now, but going through history class, taking tests, quizzes, exams, it's not the same. It's, and I've been actually doing kind of a deep dive in this. I have an associate professorship, to teach. So it's, there's a lot of teachers coming out that the school system is actually failing the kids themselves, telling the teachers that, it's okay if the kids do this. It's okay if the kids act up. The teachers aren't therapists. The teachers aren't psychologists. That's not their job for the students. The teachers are there to teach the kids. They're not there to be mom and dad. They're not there to be the therapist. They're not there to be, the psychologist to help them through family, horrible days at home. And that's what's happening with a lot of schools all around the country. And so you're seeing a ton of teachers come out and they're leaving the education field. And the ones that are staying, they're coming out with their own videos saying there's every time I try to do something and try to go up, to the superintendent, go up to the principal, go up to the school system, it's a pushback on them, and they can't help.
Yeah, let me break it down. Let me break it down for you to show you how the chain of command works with the teachers. I'm not faulting or blaming the teachers. Why? The teachers take orders from whom? The principal. The principal takes orders from who? The superintendent. The superintendent takes orders from whom? The board. The board. And when you have local politics that are adopting, I'm just going to say it, Muslim or Islamic ideals, and these people like Mandami, they look good, they smell good, and they talk good. They get elected into local politics, and then they get elected into being education board members. They push the narrative and the curriculum of what you're going to teach, how you're going to teach. How do I know this? 20 plus years in the damn system. Okay, I got to go back there tomorrow. And every time that I go in there, I see something different, something that just doesn't jive. For example, you can go into a history class, and I'm not going to name elementary, middle, or high schools, okay? Try to find pictures of our founding fathers on the wall somewhere. or the Declaration of Independence, right? Try to find it. You'll be lucky if you do. They don't teach it anymore. Why? Because if you do, they were slave owners, meaning they're racist, meaning that they're capitalists. They only care about themselves and not you, the little people. That I've heard it over and over again. So what are they teaching them? What are they teaching them? Well, we're going to leave that to AI, right? Because that's a big deal right now. All right. So what kind of language are you preaching down to this? Shit rolls downhill at the end of the day, and our educational system is severely broken, massively broken. Okay, massively broken. I cannot tell you how bad it is. It's fucked up. It really is. Excuse my French. Okay, and depending on where it is that you live in our republic, depending on what state you're in, depending what county you're in, the bluer it is, the worse it is.
Facts.
Okay.
Yep.
That's just the way it is. I'm sorry. You need to, and again, this is coming out of Stalin. This is coming out of Lenin. They've all said it. Go back in history a little bit and say, give me the minds of the youth and I will control and predict your future. Because that's where it starts. That's where it starts. I'm sorry, man. I walk down the hallways of a high school and I'm looking at these kids during a class change. Everybody is glued to their phones. No one's looking up. I don't know how the hell they don't walk and crash into each other.
Wow.
I just don't get it. They are gone. Like literally, not all of them, but I'm just saying the majority are gone.
Wow. They let them walk
They're
around with
just
phones?
gone.
Too?
No, and I'm looking to them. I'm looking at, and I'm like, well, there's America's future, right?
Yeah.
There it is. And that's nothing. That's just the foundational stage. When they get into the university system, if they
Even
happen to get
worse.
into that, that is where the switch gets flipped. That's where it gets flipped. Ask me how I know. I am telling you. My daughter, over the 4th of July, went to her in-laws' house and her family. She was wearing a Trump shirt, wearing an American flag bandana, and it said America.
Oh, no.
I told her, I said, and she said, hey, look what I'm going to wear over to the in-laws' house. I'm like, are you sure you want to do that? Right? And, my kid is like, Dad, right? I have no tolerance or patience for that bullshit. And I'm like, Dad, are you going to go? Hell no. I'm not going to that. I'm sorry. I'm sitting that one out. She went there. As soon as she got there, she's sending me text messages. Oh, the stink eyes that I have been getting. One of the parents' kids in middle school came to her, looked at her shirt, raised his eyebrow with a side smirk. And she goes, "Why, you don't like my shirt?" And he says, "Oh, I don't care about it. I don't really care about it. But when Mom and Dad get here, they're going to say something about that shirt because that guy, he's evil." Listen to this. Well, how do you know that they're evil? Well, they tell us about them in school all the time.
Yeah.
I was like, there it is. Bingo. There it is. This is communism. This is a communistic takeover, guys. I can't tell you that. Anne Ryan said it best. What is the difference? Because I get it. What is the difference between socialism and communism?
Nothing.
What is it? Is there an answer? Anybody in the chat, what is the difference? Because there has to be a difference, right? I mean, after all, the people in New York voted for Mondami. He's a socialist, right? So it's not so bad, right? So what is the difference? Anybody? Somebody. I'm pulling it up right now. I'm going to read it for you. Okay, so that way you get a better understanding. It's coming up here really, really quick. Where is it? Because it's a beautiful quote. It is absolutely a beautiful quote.
I didn't know there was the difference for it. Well,
Yeah.
take your time and grab that. I'm going to read this quick.
I got it.
Oh, all right, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah. So this is Ayn Rand. There is no difference between communism and socialism except in the means of achieving the same ultimate end. Communism proposes to enslave men by force, socialism by vote. It is merely the difference between murder and suicide. End quote. Take your pick.
Ayn Rand knew her stuff and was very, very adept at putting it forth.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't think there was a difference. Let me just read this dollar holler here from G Fonts. He says, I have zero evidence to support my opinion, but I'm betting, and I did pull this up too because I thought this was pretty interesting. Might have a little point there, Mr. Fonts. He says, I'm betting Schwab's story is BS unless there's somebody knowingly just put one specific place that he conversates at his home. There would be multiple devices. Like you wouldn't just put one listening device, right? If you were gonna, put a listening device at somebody's place, you'd probably put more than one, would be my guess. So, not sure, but yeah, it is listed as one listening device. So, never know, could be. But again, I'm sure they were all over the place too. And I think this was maybe supposed to be in the Mitch column, guys, but this is an older video, and I know I have to mute the friggin' sound on it because it's stupid.
He's so fine.
Do-lang, 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 he's so fine. What's this guy doing? 2024. Oh, I'm gonna vote there. I'm gonna come over here. Yeah, I'm gonna vote. Oh, you recording me? Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go over here and vote here. I'm gonna go and vote here. So, this is a practice that happens pretty much all the time, right? They've been saying that Mitch has been voting. I'm going off about a week ago, so I don't know for the last week, but they've said while he's been in the hospital, people were claiming that he was putting votes in. So I don't know. It doesn't look too legit on the up and up for me, guys. But Randy Fine, Republican. It's irrelevant whether Mitch McConnell is still with us or not. I'll continue to vote for him. Which I don't know what he was doing. Let me see. Oh, guys, I don't even know where this came out of, but I sent it to you guys earlier. And again, I don't know if any of you guys dug into this, but this is interesting, like very interesting.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Let me see here. I'll let this gentleman, chief of the department of the FDNY, Fire Department of New York City. Let's take a listen for about a minute here.
It's a very serious situation.
Oh, wow. Could you be any lower, sir? How about that?
It's a very serious situation. The box beams, the steel beams, have started to bend and deflect from the weight. We evacuated the building and started evacuations of surrounding buildings, and the building has continued to move since we've been on the scene. We have a frozen zone and a collapse zone set up, and we are working with the buildings department and the building engineer to make sure that this is safe for all people and for all New Yorkers. We have specialized tools that we can watch the building from and see movement even in centimeters or fractions of an inch. And since we arrived on the scene and put that in place, we have seen continual movement. It does mean that it is not yet stable. It is still a very serious and dangerous situation.
So we're talking about a building in New York City. Stunning footage
That's the
shows
Pfizer building.
Is it? Oh, God.
It's the Pfizer building.
You want to talk about karma, perhaps? Hopefully, no passerbys or nobody gets stuck inside. But is that karma? High-rise beams bending, making the entire building unstable and forcing mass evacuations. A lack of vetting your contractors, not picking safety over profits.
That reminds me of the buildings that collapsed in the earthquake in Venezuela, where the steel columns were, or the cement columns were just turned into dust.
There was only a couple of millimeters of actual concrete on the outside of the cinder blocks. The internals, there's videos out there of the rescue workers with their gloves on scraping the material on the inside, which was really styrofoam and rubber compound.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
And that terracotta brick they seem to build everything out of in third world and second world countries.
Of course, cut costs and take in the profits.
And it makes me think, if you have this building here, being a Pfizer building, what other similar buildings in
there you go.
New York City area that were built by that same builder or contractor, or let's just call it the builder, built by that same builder, doing the same thing to the building other buildings with the same specs.
Now, Spaceshot. Go down and see who the chief architect was for this project. Not under Maduro, but under Chavez. Scroll down on that. See if it shows the name.
Right here?
The name, I don't know if this one will have it. Hold on. Who was it? Somebody very well known. God, what's his name? Damn it.
What's the question? Somebody in Venezuela?
No. Under Chavez, under Hugo Chavez, when he said housing for all, the architect responsible for the building of these apartment buildings, they dropped his name in there, and he is directly tied to the cabal.
Oh God.
It's in there somewhere. He's got a very short last name.
Let me see. I'm looking over here on the other side. Or
I may have it here. Let me see if I can find it.
yeah, I'm just looking really quick on this side here. We'll see. Venezuela contractor responsible for building failures. Grand Mission Vivienda program. Reuters. Let me see. After deadly quake, it probably will be in here, would be my guess. 29th. Expert blame poor code enforcement. Hugo Chavez, back to back. Yelsis Rojas? No, he lived on the second floor.
I'll find it. Here, give me a minute.
You say it's a well-known person or a well-known guy?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, interesting. But yeah, this is just horrible. But you know what is making it? So they're saying basically it's you're not vetting your contractors on this one here.
We're working on a project.
I just wanted to see some of the footage, not so much what he's talking about.
The beams were bent.
I mean, beams don't just bend like that. I mean,
No.
if it's swaying with high winds or something, I don't even know what to make of that, guys. Like, how does the inside start to crumble like that, but the outside, I'm assuming, doesn't, because it looks like these things on the outside are straight. And again, I don't know about this stuff.
Yeah, you have iron beam girders that are so thick. I mean, these things weigh tons. Lot of weight. I mean, so when you're building a high-rise building, you're using concrete, you're using steel girders, you're using a ton of stuff just for the internal structure of it, even before you start building on it. And before you even start building on it, you're building into the ground, and that's where you start building first. Is you have like in these high-rise buildings, you're digging down probably close to 100 plus feet down, and then you build up vertical, and that's so you have structural integrity, from the ground all the way up. It's kind of like, think about putting in a flagpole. You put a 20-foot
I found
flagpole
it.
in. Okay, go ahead.
Alex Saab, Saab.
Alex Saab.
The real estate developer of the project was Alex Saab.
Any relation to the automotive company? Oh God, dude. Oh wow, I gotta show this. This dude. All right, let me ask you guys this: if you called and they had a contractor's coming in, right, and he says, "I'm gonna send the contractor over, and this guy's gonna build your house for you." All right, you see this guy show up. What are you gonna do? There's no way this dude's working on anything in my neighborhood or town. And businessman, former Ministry of Industry and National Production of Venezuela. He's got those psycho eyes. No, thank you. Wow. So yeah, it looks like he's going to be in some hot water then, perhaps. Because
There he is. You got him right there.
So he's a Colombian-born businessman tied to Venezuela. Tied to Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro's government, and also affiliated with U.S. officials as a financial operator or ally of Maduro, not mainly as a real estate developer. Okay, so he sounds like an agent for a international agency.
And me not knowing anything about all of that stuff, Mike.
Well,
I'm gonna have to
bringing
agree.
up
Look at this.
hold on, bringing up Maduro.
Yeah.
I'm sure people, Mike, you know about this. I'm sure. I don't even have to guess. You know about this. What they're calling now in Mexico, Central, and into South America, all gleaned from the techniques back in the 80s of the School of the Americas out of Panama.
Yeah.
Yep.
The death camp
Yeah.
locations, the elimination of tens of thousands of bodies through, and most of this through that one that goes by the new young cartel. I don't know the right now. I'm in so much back pain and stuff. I can't think of it, but you know which one I'm talking about. That cartel.
Yeah.
And that section of brownstone along, and then up along the Rio Grande, that is class 4 as far as travel, the same level that Afghanistan is on. So if you're going to cross into Mexico, go over to Tijuana. Stay away from the eastern end. But you're seeing thousands of bodies being disposed of, who were either rats to the cartels,
Now,
who are either those who could not go through their vetting process. That was a lie to lure them to begin with. Guys who in Mexico wanted to be paid $200 to $600 a month for a security guard duty. They show up at these camps, and there's everything from, if you couldn't cut the mustard, if you cried, they threw you in a pit with feral pigs. This is as of this day. All of this going on. And how much of that is really making the news right now, and the logistics of it? And I know Special Forces has been all up in it, and the corrupt Mexico, I'm sorry if I'm offending anyone in this audience, is a third world shithole. Because if you knew the extent of these murder camps, murder/training camps, or where they also harvest organs, and these are just small, half-acre, 1-acre plots blocked off in the middle of the desert with an 8-foot cinder block wall, that you wouldn't know what was behind it unless you cross through the gate. And they're in the middle of remote areas. The network of them and the amount of people being eliminated, liquefied, their bodies not buried, not burned, liquefied, and disposed of.
Damn.
Now there's
all
two
of
things,
this is going on right now as we speak.
There's two things if you do a little bit of digging, because again, remember my area of,
I got to step away for 1 minute, but I'll be listening.
Yeah, my area of knowledge, if you will, is, Central South America, the Caribbean and stuff like that. That's obviously. This guy has ties to Cartel de los Soles. Let that sink in for one, okay? Which is the money, the laundering, all that shit, okay? The other thing is this, that no one's talking about. The amount of kids, even infants, that have been displaced because their parents were killed during the earthquake, that have mysteriously disappeared. The trafficking element down there is going rampant right now, also as well. Guess who made a pitch to go in there and assist with the earthquake deal the same way that they pitched Haiti when they had their situation?
Clintons.
The Clintons.
Had to be.
Right? Nope. Fully involved, but they were denied access in there completely. They said, nope, we know who you are, get the fuck out of here. But it's still happening.
Hell yeah.
Still happening. There are thousands and thousands of kids.
Of it all.
There are thousands and thousands of kids disappearing and being trafficked.
Do you know where they're being routed through? The Venezuelan, you're talking about children?
Yeah.
These very same locations throughout Mexico, Central and South America.
Yep.
Right now. It's the same with the Clintons in Haiti.
Yep.
And where most of them, where were those children disappearing to? They weren't disappearing to Europe, US. No, their first waypoint was Australia.
Hmm.
And we have all the evidence for that. Who the hell's going to act on it?
And how I found out about this was my Venezuelan gal, my source, who's currently boots on the ground
Well,
down
my
there right
source from Australia is now dead because of all that.
now. Yeah. She told me in confidentially, it says the disappearance of kids is insane. Insane.
Yes.
And the numbers of the deaths are fudged. It's in the hundreds of thousands that have perished. Okay, they're doing mass grave sites, unidentified, just throwing bodies in there because some of them are just unrecognizable. They'd have no idea who the hell they are.
By the time they get through all the rubble, a lot of it will be dust and bones, and they'll never know who they are.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, are you guys not noticing this too here? Alex Saab here. Well, it's a mugshot of him in 2021, but then, hey, in 2024 to 26, he was the Minister of Industry and National Production. That's cute.
So,
Like,
okay, so okay, his reported roles for what you're talking about, he was in charge of Fondo Globo del Construction, Global Construction Fund, which is the housing construction materials tied to Venezuela housing program. Group Grand Limited, which is the CLAP food supply contracts. Asasi Food FZE, food medicine supply contracts. Mulberry Proggy Yatrim, Turkish linked food gold related networking network reporting, which is like watches, gold, silver, etc. Then Trinaco, which is PDVSA drilling oil contracts reporting. And the last would be Shatex, SHATEX, Colombian investigation involving alleged fictitious exports and imports he was operating on or in charge of. So the U.S. Treasury and Department of Justice describe his network as using front companies, shell companies, bribes, and contracts. One important clarification is that he was.
You mean they do that kind of stuff to cover their tracks? Wow.
Yeah, in one.
No, but what you're saying, brother, is just wow.
I'm telling you this.
More wood on the fire.
So the biggest thing that he was in charge of is Venezuela's social security system.
Oh Lord. Oh Lord, because that's a global, that people don't realize that is a global system tied in with the IRS, both privately owned, by the way, and contractors to the current corporate government we have that the administration is actually trying to do away with.
Correct.
This is how.
Listen, this guy is tied into Cartel de los Soles, okay? And they have their tentacles in everything around the globe, including our voting systems, our current form of government. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. They're just like Cuban intelligence, man. They're just everywhere. Now, what are the odds? When was the last time that Caracas, Venezuela had a 7.5 magnitude of an earthquake, then the aftershocks followed by a 5.9? When have you seen earthquakes? When have you seen earthquakes of that magnitude in the Caribbean off the western side of Cuba that were felt all the way in Miami? What's the coincidence here? Again, this is just me. This is me wearing my tinfoil hat.
Somebody's mucking with the controls at the machinery.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Somebody's mucking with the controls. And what are the odds? Where are we? Right? Well, we're transitioning from liberating this country, getting rid of communism. Somebody doesn't like that, right? Because there's oil there, there's money, there's all kinds of stuff going on there. We can't let Trump.
City of London doesn't like that. City of London
they don't like that.
And who made the comment the other day? Was it Jerome Corsi? I could be wrong. It was someone that made the comment that 4th marked the day we finally severed ties with City of London. That is not London proper. That is not the UK. That is not Britain. That is not any of that. That is a separate entity, as the others are. Someone made that comment the other day that was of note, and someone you take seriously. Forgive me for not remembering. It's been a long 2 weeks for me. And
heck yeah.
That said everything right there. So in the term, and I'll say this very quickly, in the terms that I would like to see by the 15th, certain other hallmarks reached, and no, I'm not going to mention them. If we don't, there's pushback and an issue, a problem. Does that mean it's all over? No, of course not. Of course
it's going to be longer.
It just means it's going to drag into, and the crux, the paramount issue will be the midterms. Am I worried about the midterms? No. If you look at all that we've been discussing tonight, almost all of it, about 80% of it, it all goes into a strategy that says the bill that the president is trying to get passed, gets passed. This is all leverage. And this is where you have to have a valid proof of citizenship to vote. This is where just because you're inconvenienced because of your work schedule, you don't get a write-in ballot, a mail-in ballot. As disabled as my spine is, I should not qualify for a write-in ballot. I should have to go, even if they push me in a wheelchair, I should have to go and vote because I can. I can easily stand up and walk and do it. But the point is very simple. All of this that you're seeing, though it appears completely unconnected, is for the Save America Act. Mm-hmm. And the leverage is now being pressured. Because if we don't have the Save America Act, we have the legacy of the Lizard Brennan and others, many others surrounding that have taken what IBM developed in the late 80s and 90s, the voting software that became Seidel, Dominion, all the nonsense, run it through 1,000 corporations and engineer your Barcelona bankruptcy. And where Swiss Post takes, the Postal Service of Switzerland takes ownership of it temporarily, even puts out codes regarding that and COVID just prior to COVID. And we have it all on that. It was all brought back for the globalist agenda to this country. And we've been dealing with it for 30 years. You've never had a fair election for 30 years. Yet why is Congress putting up such a fight? Both sides, because there are two sides to one coin, two wings to a rotting, festering, pustulous chicken that's dying. To keep the reality of what humanity needs to know from them. And look at the state Europe's in. And I don't mean to go on, but look at the magnificent things Europeans have been saying about this country. Look at all of the good things the soccer playoffs and games have brought to the world regarding this country. Oh, we were lied to. That's all you hear from the Europeans that are putting out videos. Yeah. We were lied to. America's not anything like what they said. We love it. Most of them, you had a lot of one team, I think it was the British team, that is not going to go further People saying we're going to stay 2 weeks and a month longer. You have a Scottish couple out there saying we're relocating to Nashville, Tennessee. You have all this beautiful, wonderful stuff being said about Americans, how nice we are. Yes, for you arrogant assholes on the coast. The middle of the country is just as smart as you. You
That's
don't
me.
get that. Intelligence is in people is distributed liberally and across all domains.
It's because they
Whether it's
talk slower.
Nebraska, right? Just because, look, if you don't know Southern speak, you don't get it. Southerners talk slower, they talk in simpler terms, but what's going on in their heads, because I've lived here the vast majority of my life, always came back here when I wasn't in here or in the country, because they understand.
Yeah.
And what you get in the vast majority of this country of people talking to you at a large, whether it's a large or a small gas station or truck stop, Europeans have been blown away by. You're going to see, this was a brilliant, brilliant move and at the right time for the psychological effects on Europe as well as the US. And Europe realizes 100% what position they're in because they didn't have guns. They didn't have the threat of retaliation against globalism. What's happening in this country between the two parties, all pomp, circumstance, circus, is and has been for the globalist agenda. It's now being laid bare through the game of football or soccer, depending on your perspective. Okay? It's all being laid bare, laying bare. And what certain ones wanted to happen didn't happen. Only makes it better.
Hell yeah.
And now what are we seeing? Leaks of, I'm going to leave it with this, leaks of the USS Liberty. Go to Redacted, listen to that man who was in the compartment where the torpedo struck.
Oh.
Go to Redacted. Whether you agree with what Natalie and Clayton Morris is saying because of their alignment with their friendship, not alignment, but friendship with Carlson. And then really examine what they're all saying and why. But go to this that I believe premiered today because I saw it. I didn't catch the date. I believe it was today. This one former naval sailor was on that ship and what he says. And then think of the arguments Trump has had with Netanyahu that had to be made public because there were too many people that heard it and it was going to leak. So if you're going to let it leak as it would be organically. But the real reason for those arguments, and it has nothing to do with Jew, Christian, Muslim, none of that religious shit. And it doesn't have anything to do with the people of Israel. They're just as innocent as any other populace in any other country. It has to do with what Rothschilds created in that land from the beginning, because if it wasn't for them, it wouldn't be there. Balfour Declaration, on back, go back to the time of T.E. Lawrence. Put it all together for yourself. And then say, what's really going on here? We have had in our country and in every country worldwide, not a Jewish conspiracy. Please, That's how those who hide behind the good Jewish people cloak themselves
City of London.
in their actions.
Globalist
And
conspiracy.
they are just the City of London and those in the one of the 6 factions in Israel, they're all part of it. So MI6 is going to follow their marching orders. They're compartmentalized like everything else. So is GCHQ, so is everything else over there. And they're going to play their roles. And it's all been a clown shit show. Decade after decade, especially for the last 5 decades. And now we're seeing the culmination of it. Do you think those arguments were over just what's happening in Iran? Think again. It's what was being attempted upon this country that would have made 9/11 on a scale of 1 to 10 look like a 2. And this would have been a 10. Sorry, I'm saying it.
Good thing we didn't have anything happen. Or
yes,
thankfully yet.
Because and it's not a dead issue, but so far it is. And the effect that was wanted while the millions, 2 million of the world population were here experiencing America. Think of the flip from the normal human default settings of loving kindness and caring and empathy and sympathy would have been turned if that would have happened here then. Some of all fears, I guess you'd say. I'm just making a reference. Ha. But the bottom line is, it didn't fucking happen. And there's no other show, Spaceshot, out on the fucking internet with all the hundreds of thousands of bullshitters there are out there. There's no other show other than yours tonight who said this. I didn't give away details, did I? No, I didn't. But I gave away I'm giving away only what needs to be given away. In my judgment, my experience, my history to say, there's a component here at work that is much higher than all of the power structures on Earth. And I could name a few, from the Black Hand to the octopus to, and that's an old term, but it still refers to something very real, to the back 40, to all of it. And I hope those that are listening in and all the agencies get this shit right. And the ones that disagree, well, you're the ones that a friend of mine once got up in front of you at Wofford in South Carolina and said, I'm the guy that hangs out with the guys who like to fuck you up. Well, where he missed the opening statement in that briefing was, it's not about fucking you up. It's about helping you and correcting the misguidance that would only lead to more pain and suffering on this planet. There, I've said it. And Space.
Yes, sir.
And my 2 brothers here, one of them knows pretty much what I'm talking about. And the effect of the, let's say, musing upon it. The other will know soon enough. Mm-hmm. But this is the reality we're dealing with right now. And I didn't mean to get off track, but it is on track for all of it.
It's perfectly on point, brother, because, and the best way I can summarize that is something me and Hulk have talked about for a while. And the movie reference that he made is absolutely on point, is the bad guys are not just going to lay down. And when you have a cornered animal cornered, they lash out. So that's what he's referring to. And no matter what level of control anybody has, you always have rogue actors that can be out there that could cause a lot of havoc. So that's what they're talking about essentially. So Ghost, I'm gonna give you guys like a minute or so if you need to go take a pee break or whatever. I'm gonna do a little Rumble commercial action, and then I got a couple more stories, and I don't want to keep you guys forever, but we'll do as long as you guys want to do.
As long as it takes.
All right. It's all right. You guys have about a minute and a half, and then I'll be right back at you. Talk amongst yourselves. You're muted.
Okay.
All right, they're all muted out for 1 second, guys. I'll mute so they don't have to hear me for right now, and then I'll be right back. We're going to do a quick Rumble commercial to keep these lights on. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we hear a lot about crypto, but here's the part that most people miss. Crypto was created so you could actually own and control your own money. And after the 2008 financial crisis, Bitcoin was designed as an alternative to banks. So instead of a bank holding your money, delaying your transfers, or limiting your access, you're the one in control. And if you ever had to wait for a transfer to clear, you felt that problem too. Now fast forward to today. Everybody's heard of crypto, but getting started still feels complicated. That's exactly why I use Rumble Wallet. It takes all that complexity and makes it simple. Choose what you want: Bitcoin, dollar-backed stablecoins, or even digital gold backed by real gold. No complicated setup. It connects with MoonPay, so you can use your credit card, debit card, or bank and be up and running in minutes. And once you're set up, you can actually support your favorite Rumble creators like me directly. So do this now. Scan the QR code and click the link in the description and download Rumble Wallet. From there, you can set up your wallet, tap buy, and you're in the game. And in just a few minutes, you can go from hearing about crypto to actually owning some. Boom. All right, let me unmute so they can hear me. I don't know if they're chit-chatting in the background here or whatever.
Yes, sir.
We are
Right
back,
here.
sir. And dude, I had to Google this quick because I'm like, they look very similar. I'm like, are they brother and sister? And apparently they are married. I didn't know if they were brother and sister or not, but I did have a couple of your stories here as well. Basically, here they are. I think he was talking about this guy, which is an hour video. So what I will do is drop it in the chat and implore you guys to listen to that, because it is definitely something everybody should listen to and entertain, and know about the history, about what was going on out there, what really went on, rather than the BS stories we get half the time. Let me see, we're muted. Just putting this last link over here.
I saw one. Let me make one quick comment. I saw someone that said, "Ghost, you do not give me hope." I'm not here to give you hope. I'm here to give you fact and reality as best I can. Hope should be inherent in that upon your discernment of what I'm saying and what Mike and what Armando and what Space is saying. That's where you don't look any further than you for the answers to all things. Don't buy into gurus. Don't buy into nonsense. Don't buy into those who claim they've got the dates and this is what's going to happen. Just do one thing. Please take what we're offering, and I mean this from the heart and from a happy place in my heart. Take what we're offering, and you find, and that might be your particular individual path, that you're not finding hope in what you're hearing, you're finding fear. Make that choice to find love over fear. And you will see where faith and hope fit in. And they become more than faith and hope at that point. They become gnosis, or knowledge, that only can come from you and your connection to the true God, not the demiurges and the demigods we have upon this planet that are many, in the form of messiahs and in the form of even what people on this earth have been led to believe is God. There is a one true God, and it's way bigger than Judaism, Christianity, Islam, or anything can outline for you. And it's much more profound and beautiful, and it is within you. Christ said, kingdom is within. What, within groups of people, or within what was mandated is acceptable? No, it's within you.
Mm-hmm.
Your blessed birth was the key to and the answer to your existence. And there's been over 80 billion of them in the course of human history that have lived and died. We're only incumbent to find what works within. And when you do find that, there is a right and wrong, a light and dark, there is a moral and immoral. And yes, that does change from situation to situation. It's not moral ambiguity, it's not moral flexibility, it's moral adaptability.
Mm.
Because we all know what is positive for any given situation at any one time, whether it's a 5-minute situation or a 5-year situation. We all know what is moral and what is right and what is unambiguous. Children know that. It's bred out of them because they're not taught further, not because it's not within them or us. It's because it was not taught properly.
Yeah, and I would say to the person that says that you're not giving them hope, do you think the bad guys are just gonna, you got me, cool, thanks? No, they're gonna try to go out with that. They're gonna try to go out with a fight. They're not just gonna lay down and say, okay, yeah, take me to jail forever or put me out of my misery quick. No, they will go out swinging. So just remember, you always have, people, and you can't control every person on the planet. Nobody can control every person on the planet. So just keep that in mind, and it's not meant to be fearful, but always keep your head on a swivel, right? See something, say something.
Yeah. And that I saw that one comment in flipping through when I had to reset my page. It was meant to be. So, no, I'm not singling you out negatively whatsoever. I'm saying it's within you to find it, and it's there. And I promise you it's there.
Ooh.
I promise you it's there. It's in everyone. And this is what everything is designed to keep you from.
What's that quote that you've said a few times about the silversmith?
God says in the Old Testament, I am the temperer of silver. Meaning, the longer you keep silver in a certain heat and pressure, all the impurities boil out, and the silver is the last to go.
Ooh.
So I am meaning that all of the pain and pressure we feel in our lives, and I don't mean to wax broadly philosophical on this, but it calls for it. In all of our lives, we know the pain we've been through. We have to accept a responsibility for what we caused. And ultimately, we allowed everything that happened bad to us in our lives. That's a life learning process. And the other aspect of that is the pain and pressure that we have felt is what was necessary for all and any individual at any given time for them to purify. Now, if you didn't realize you were being purified, then it usually takes this world easily takes it and puts it into a spiral negative to where it only compounds negative away from that very realization. All of the pain and pressure we feel as individuals, in families, in groups, in communities, in countries, and in this world are to benefit and help. It doesn't sound like a very nice or happy or soft way. Why it's that way, I don't know. I know an argument can be made to say, well, just create the race above a certain standard of understanding, and then it can be done through, let's say, loving kindness and brotherhood. We desperately need to pull it from where we are now to that point. Then we have the jumping off point to the next level. I don't know how many generations that would take. if it would take 1, 2, or 5. But this is the path we're on. And you either accept it or you don't, or you run back and say, well, the Bible says, which Bible, which interpretation, which endless reimagination of it, meaning editing from the original apocryphal texts to what precedes the apocryphal texts and all texts. These were simple guidelines for this race on this planet. And we've failed that. We've allowed others to, let's say, commandeer and bastardize it. But I promise you, all the confusion, all of the nonsense, all of the human interaction within it that is infinite to the amount of people, to an exponential amount. It comes down to you, what you want, and what you will accept and choose. And we all are born with the knowledge of that. I'll just leave it there for now.
Amen. And I don't want to, I'm going to say I saw another person who added something to that. And, basically what they were saying is essentially that the angle that they were coming from is more of, we are mini gods or gods within us. It says a silversmith knows the silver is fully refined when the metal's surface becomes perfectly smooth and acts as a mirror. So it's pretty interesting when you put those quotes together. I am like a silversmith.
Right. There's no little black spots that are floating across the top. There's no discoloration. It becomes a mirror.
Well,
and again, that goes into other realms of the mirror of the self, because it all comes down to the individual and what you will and will not accept, what you know and do not know to be right. And if you still run into hardships, you still have to make better decisions in those aspects. It's that simple.
Absolutely. And you had mentioned earlier Mark Rutte, but NATO is to announce tens of billions of dollars for new defense contracts. Rutte, and well, where is all of this coming from?
Okay. Do you honestly think Russia is putting forces, and Mike, I want you to chime in on this, and Armando, definitely, both of you chime in on this. Do you honestly think Russia is putting forces along their entire NATO front?
Nope.
Because they're going to imagine and enforce and institute a false flag operation in Poland? Do you honestly believe that?
Nope. I don't.
Does the president believe that? I don't believe he believes that, unless people are pumping it up down his gullet left and right. No, of course not.
Here's what I do believe. What I do believe is when Bibi comes to the White House to meet with Dad in a week or two, or whenever the hell that's going to be, it's going to be a meeting of reckoning. Just my opinion.
I think it's going to be, listen, I'm the Godfather, and this is what you're going. I'm going to make you an offer you can't refuse. Matter of fact, an offer you won't even consider refusing. I think that's what's happening at this point. That's my humble opinion. Of course.
He's going to find a goat's head in his bed.
Or a horse.
No horse. No horse.
So for the NATO, for what I've seen through military bulletins and some emails I've seen for other things I can't really talk about, but I can talk about this. For the above, what your scrolling screen is, there's over $40 billion over the course of 5 years, from what I know, that's implemented from here on out, that NATO members and all that money is coming from their defense budgets, and it's going to be flowing into new weapons, drones, surveillance systems, aircraft, air and missile defense systems, and a lot of new startup and other defense industry contracts. And that's all, and I believe that's being held under NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. Mark Rutte.
And they're also saying essentially that why is all this happening? You know, why are they getting all this extra money now? And you know, we're not paying what we had to before, because essentially we were the world's friggin' police officers, right? And we were basically securing everybody, it seems to me anyways.
Yeah. In the highlighted areas for the money, which I have I'm reading through the email here, is the expanded for the 40 billion plus over the next 5 years is done under counter drone defense, drone training, with the goal to train 5x more drone operators by the end of 2027. And that's because drones are the new warfare style of warfare.
As well as I do, 15 years ago, this could have been the new style of warfare. It's off the shelf. I could buy stuff off of Amazon and create a killer drone. That's not an exaggeration. That's a fact. And this is what is crazy. It's been incrementalized into the scenarios. Now, is it for the right reasons? Or is it for the wrong reasons at this point?
Yeah. So the next line item is maritime surveillance, and that is held by Northrop Grumman for the Triton uncrewed aircraft. The next is airborne warning and control, which is with joint procurement of Saab, Global Eye Aircraft, if you remember Saab. The next line item is tanker transport fleet, which is the delivery of the 10th Airbus A330 MRTT, and surveillance drones under NSPA contract worth over hundreds of billions of dollars. And this is all under the allied government money backed by NATO coordination going into defense contractors, procurement agencies globally, with an addition and under production capacity. So some of it may overlap with existing pledges through NATO and others, but the strategic point is very clear. It's that NATO is trying to turn a higher defense spending promises into actual hardware instead of just NATO talking and saying they're going to do something and actually them doing something.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure there's going to be a hefty amount going into AI infrastructure with those drones.
Yeah. And so I just did drone school in New Mexico through New Mexico Tech under the DART program. And the AI, what I can't talk about with AI and drones is insane. It's the best, the coolest thing I can say is if you ever, I think the movie's called Eagle Eye, where the guy goes running and AI takes over and is helping him.
His twin brother.
Yeah, the twin brother.
Shia LaBeouf.
Yeah. And so the AI, it's going into drones, and it's not just drones either. It actually goes into a lot of logistics and procurement software, helping out logistical technicians, procurement techs. So someone who's like a 92 Alpha, 92 Yankee, MOS. So AI it's not just in defense style, into rockets or air drones or aircraft. It's actually it's actually got me interested because they're implementing, it's the same AI but crossbreed it over into like you would think, or what would be like property book management. And so you have the totality of the AI that is being used has its arms and tentacles and everything. So not just aircraft, weapons, and drones. It's in the SAM system, the old SAM system, if anyone remembers that in the Army.
Yeah.
It's on procurement, financial. It's in everything, and when the instructor was explaining that to us, it made me think, like, okay, and this is like, because we talk about this all the time, and now I know in depth what is actually happening. And I'm not going to name the name of the companies, the AI companies that they're using, but I'm pretty sure you guys, everyone out there, can deduce, and who it is, and it's fairly easy to look up. But it's very. It almost takes me back to the Matrix and to the Terminator. And I'm not saying that that's going to happen or anything, but we're at the very beginning to where. What was it called, Teledyne, or in the Terminator movie, Teledyne, or I forget the name of it.
Yeah.
The AI system that took over all of the Terminators and stuff.
Something dying.
yeah, something dying. So what I'm saying is, it's the AI being used. It's in everything now. It's in the phones. It's in the computers. It's everything. Skynet, yeah. So
Cyberdyne.
yeah, so think of, it's like, yeah. So think of everything.
Systems.
Yeah, so think of everything that we're using now, and even though we were just doing drone school, offensive and defensive, and even search and rescue, it's so accurate. I mean, it's we had to send someone out 5 miles out, and we had to locate them with a drone for a exercise. We did our tabletop exercise first, and then we did an exercise in the field. And
those
the
are
field,
low sensor capable devices, just everyday sensor capable devices, let alone the more advanced.
Yeah. And so in the field exercise, these drones, what we're using, they have FLIR, they have all sorts of different IR, phosphorus, standard IR. It's so badass to be able to use something like this, because it took. So we sent a soldier out, a soft
Saves
guy out.
lives.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. We sent our soft buddy out 5 miles out, just kind of like, a search and rescue mission. But, we told him to do, pretend it's, you're in SEER school, Camp Slappy, do your best to hide. We're going to find you. And we found him within under 5 minutes. And that was due to the different technologies on board the drones system, on the drone system itself. And in what the core of what we just really had to do when it came down to it is, okay, get the drone ready, prep it, launch it, and let it do its thing. And then the drone just went out and found my soft buddy, 5 miles deep in the middle of the middle of nowhere. And so it's amazing, the amount of the technology that we have in our hands and capabilities, and even with to go into the offensive mode, there's astonishing things that we could do, and what I can talk about with back in 2018, I was working with IARPA. It's not DARPA, it's actually IARPA, IARPA. It stands for the Intelligence Advanced Research Projects Agency. And we were at a base, and they were using a swarm drone, or drone swarms. And so these drones were let me just call them bumblebee drones. And these drones could fly in through a small hole in the window, and it's a swarm. So you have about 50 to 60 of them, right? And all 50 or 60 of them will go in through that crack in the window, an open window. It'll locate targets, and then it will relay telemetry information back to your mortarman crew, back to artillery. If you want to launch some artillery, or if you want to relay to aircraft to call in for ordnance to be dropped, or even
Or
for
HIMARS.
I'm sorry.
HIMARS. Systems like that.
Yeah. Even if you want HIMARS too, it does everything. But the really cool stuff, quite a few years ago was with drone swarm technologies, is that we're talking, these things are 2 to 3 inches big, if not smaller, and they can go literally anywhere inside of a house, a car, a box. And the advancement since back then, working as a program manager back then to now, is just it's almost like we're 1,000 years ahead of the technology back then to what we have now. And it's superior to anything that I've ever seen. And to know that if any adversary ever wanted to, attack the U.S., it just would be an insane idea. It would be a travesty. And it's just because it wouldn't work in the long run. And it was a great opportunity to to train, get certified, and use the new equipment, but also to for my aspect, especially for search and rescue missions, which we do sometimes here, helping out the different counties or law enforcement agencies, especially in the mountain areas, is it's a great asset to have. And especially if you're in a barricaded situation or someone's barricaded up, you can send these drones send them in, and it's just, you're not putting people in harm's way. And obviously we all know offensively what drones can do at the same time too. So it's just not offense or defense, but it's really cool stuff.
Sounds like they're, Mike, let me, a quick question. So it sounds like what you're telling me is that they're putting some serious brains in these drones as well, and that these the smarts that they got are extra smart.
Yeah, right? So that's what I was going to kind of rebuttal here. Sorry for my popcorn talking here.
No, you're good.
So it's the sheer, just the amount of information, all this collected together that we know, the systems that are being operated through AI. I just want to say it's ASI. It's able to make its own decisions. And that was the predecessor point for me, because it wasn't, locate, target, and engage. I didn't have to flip the engage switch on some other training exercises that we did in the field. Instead, it did it itself.
Yeah.
And
I've seen videos out there just recently of swarm drones about the size of a dragonfly, each one of the drones.
Mm-hmm.
And once they deploy this swarm, they can isolate the target and go into either offensive, defensive, or countermeasure maneuvers without any human interaction. They talk to each other, okay? Yep. And they make their own calculations without any human interaction at all.
Absolutely.
They're just being monitored. That's it.
That's absolutely correct. Absolutely correct.
Yeah.
And there was a question here, guys, regarding Can they locate me with my biometrics yet? Are they still using addresses and license plates?
So for
No,
that,
Yes,
I can.
yes, they
I
can.
no, but I can tell you something else.
You have a
Yeah,
biometric signature, and it's this individual. It's an energetic signature on a very high sensory level, and yes, it's more
so
identifiable than the fingerprint.
think
so
it,
on in Venezuela, okay, get this. This is how advanced this stuff has come about that Doc's talking about. The country of El Salvador sent their search and rescue people in there utilizing a device that basically does a laser scan of the rubble of these buildings, and they're able to, via infrared IR, I don't know what the tech is, but they can locate. Think of it as a monochrome image of a human being and can tell if the heart's beating or not, and they know exactly where to dig. It's actually more capable of finding people than actual dog sniffers, right? Or sniffing dogs that, that
It's
some of the teams
basically
use.
super advanced, basic RF technology, because the heartbeat gives off an RF signature, and it's
Yep.
within a certain range because of the various nervous structure that goes from the autonomic nervous system to the heart, and it's within a given range. So you open that range to your like a scanner,
Yep.
and if you go over within a certain distance, and that distance will always increase as the sensory the technology increases, but within a very limited distance, you can tell all of these heartbeats and even brain activity that
Yeah.
gives off RF frequencies. Again,
These
within
are
the human
these.
range, so you can see them all.
What got me was that these are medical teams that are using this technology and from El Salvador. Most people, oh, it's a third world country. Oh, well, they got
It's
goods
brilliant.
too.
It's brilliant. Yeah. And it shows, you know what that shows? Correct me if I'm wrong, but cooperation.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
a separate integration that I'll tie into one thing and I'll leave it at that. I said last year, Armando, you remember it when I was saying it, there will be a new alignment of nations and people will be surprised.
Yep.
And that alignment also includes technologies and information. And I'm about to say this publicly, that agencies are not read in on.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Wowza. Here's your light show, guys, from the 250 at time-lapse speed.
Man, I wonder how many millions that was a great. I mean, there were fireworks with fireworks within fireworks that you'd never seen before that were amazing, and it kept going and going and going. I wonder how many millions of dollars. There's a couple of families in this country who specialize in this, and they do a magnificent job. I'd love to know who the groups were that did this, and my God, this must have been millions and millions of dollars worth of fireworks.
Getting that number for you.
850,000 plus of those
Oh
things.
my
56,000 pounds, and they just did a new Guinness World Book of Records too.
of fireworks display.
Yeah,
It was awesome. I was just watching the TV. I was like, I wish I had some kind of mind altering drug that I haven't done in 50 years or 40 years rather to see this. But I'm enjoying this. It was non-stop, and it was like, wow. I'd like to know who put this show on.
I get two different answers here. From Brave, it tells me we still don't know what it cost. And then if I go on Google, it says the exact cost, whatever, remains undisclosed. But of course, it says easily cost between 1.7, always 17s around here. I don't know why. And multiple millions of dollars to detonate the record-shattering 40-minute, 850,000 explosive display. So that was crazy.
Wow.
So they did break a world record.
Wasn't it funny that the Air Force One what would be the Air Force One if the president's on it? Aircraft flew over it. What was it, 117 or
Yeah,
1117? Something like
717, I
that.
think it was.
It's something with 7 and 717 or 11717 or something. It had it all the sevens and ones in there. And I was like, wait a minute, that's not by accident. Come on.
The huge
Stop it.
one. It was the
Telling you.
huge one.
There
I
were a
know.
lot of Easter eggs dropped during that speech, man. And
Oh,
if
yeah.
you know, and you would catch them. And if you don't know, it's like, man, the same old song and dance, blah, 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 whatever.
But
I
you
know
know
Debbie.
what? Let me throw something in here for everybody, all of us to discuss. Mainstream media effect. Because, you know, certain things have happened recently in the world that would have made world news 30, 20, 30, 40 years ago without question. It would have been all over. It would have been, what the hell? All of these things are happening, and you're hearing crickets. Crickets, unless you go to certain foreign outlets that do mention it, but don't go into depth with it because they're operating independently, like WION out of India, other places, and they'll say what they can, you know, responsibly editorially say in a report, but they can't go further because even though they may have plenty of, let's say, gray area information on it. Again, gray area information doesn't even make the FBI's desks, let alone, but it makes many others. And it is, if you know how to interpret that language, very real. So there's been a lot of things lately that have been happening that have just simply gone under the radar. And we're talking about gold and silver. Yeah, I expect the one video you had sent, I expect gold to hit 26,000 or more. And silver to be not within the normal gold to silver ratio because that was a rigged game for the last 70 years. But I expect silver to do very well also because right now they've been, once they knocked it up from 17 and 15 and 21 an ounce, it went to what, 120 an ounce. Then it's been decreased to 60 something an ounce. Then there's, because you're taking profits, you're buying it again with the profits you made, a percentage of that. And then it's going to rise to 80, 90, 100 an ounce. And then they're going to drop it back. They're taking profits. This is the usual silver mafia, I would call it, that began with the Hunt brothers back in the 70s and 80s. And I remember those days, the 80s, late 80s days, well with the Hunt brothers and their silver monopoly. But you had sent that, and I looked at that and I went, yeah, okay, because again, if we had a just economic and exchange of value commerce system, you would need no income tax. You would only need a 10% tax on all commerce. Whether I buy a bottle of aspirin or whether someone buys 300 747s, 10% of that goes to the till. That's more than enough to run even a $7 billion budget that our government is running right now. But there are too many hands until the corruption. Again, the corruption. So I'll cut to the chase. This is about ending corruption before AI enters with what will be the next iteration of blockchain. So all is on ledger, all should be out in the open. If we're all doing business with one another justly and correctly, it's the smart ones that make the money, not the devious ones. We've had a system for thousands of years where the devious ones made the money. We're at that turning point to where a new economic paradigm arises where you don't need corruption or embezzlement unless you're really a sick fuck and you're just a monetary serial killer in my estimation. That's my term for it.
Like Soros?
Yeah, well, Soros has been a lackey bitch since he was raised at the age of 14 as a Jew, thinking it was okay to give up Jews to the mechanisms at work then, to then create a paradigm in the future where anytime you said anything that was anti-Israel, you were saying anything anti-Semitic, which does not as the Star Trek computers would say does not compute, and Mr. Spock would say is completely illogical because it doesn't apply. The Jewish people have been the biggest dupes on this planet, unfortunately, and my heart goes out to them. Just like many populations, but first and foremost, my heart goes out to the American population, who have been the most gregarious, most giving, kind. Fuck the coast, the Northeast, no, not the whole coast, the Northeast and the Southwest coasts. They've been your areas of arrogance and ignorance. The most blind people to what's going on exist in New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, Massachusetts, and they're the highly educated ones, the ones with the PhDs. I speak, let's say 3 out of 4 people that I speak to have PhDs. Yet me, and I'm not going to give you my background because it would blow your fucking minds. I'm the one that they come to talk to. I'm the one that they come to confer with, that they come to ask questions with. And it shouldn't be that way, according to how the system is promoted. So we have an entire, and let's get back to the monetary system on this. We have a monetary system where, honestly, when I was a kid with a quarter, just a lousy quarter, and my grandfather would give me $2 every week allowance. All right, let me blow your minds. 25-cent quarter. I could ride my bike up to the so-and-so market in this one town in New Jersey. I could buy a 7-Up full can. I could get a full Hershey bar, and I could get 4 or 5 total big, with the comic strip in them, pieces of, and I don't mean to sound, sentimental or melodramatic in any stretch, but I could buy 5 pieces of bazooka bubblegum for a quarter. Okay. Now I had $2 allowance from my grandfather alone every week, whether I went to visit with him or not. It was there. And then my home allowance. I could do that with 1 quarter. Now, is there any reason why that should not still be the standard today? Of course not. Inflation, usury. It's in the Bible throughout it. It's not good. Muslims don't charge one another usury. All systems, when you entered usury and fiat banking, which grew out of the well-intended Templar system of banking. And I intend on making a trip very soon to the south of France to a Templar community that is off the beaten path for 1,000 years. And all I'm saying is value is in as we dictate, not as we perceive. So with what you're showing, with what they're offering, they're not just offering, they're offering numismatic value over the actual gold and silver. That means it's an investment. That means people will covet this, not in a negative way in the future, but as a positive way. so that that will have value on a human, sentimental level. But there's no reason why our monetary system, as in that one, several videos, but the one in particular that you sent prior to all of this, that dictates that $1 today should be worth $1, 100, 500, or 1,000 years from now. There's no reason for it not to. If all of these systems, these constructive frauds that have been placed upon humanity, and humanity was born into over the last 6 generations, easy. They accepted what was fed to them. When in reality, if the IRS says, I owe you, that you owe us $1 million in value, well, I've got gold and I've got it hidden in a place that no one will find it. How are you going to get it from me? What are you going to do? Throw me in jail? Okay, fine. Incarcerate me. But I'll go to my death to preserve that for my family. You see what I'm saying here? It's very simple. Everything has been fiat. Fiat is illusory. Fiat is false. Fiat means where something doesn't and should not exist, we'll make it exist. This has been the backbone of the financial system. And again, one man in particular comes to mind, and I would love to get him on this show with all of us, and I need to. And when I do, you will all hear a validation for what I'm saying. Why he was after 29 years, he was one of the heads of Goldman Sachs, Northern European and Scandinavian operations. He needs to be on this show. He needs to be here. He's a Dane. And I'm going to get him here. And if you want, next week we'll do that. And he'll tell you, when we met, the reason he quit international bond markets and banking after 29 years was because he was in a room full of people who were, in his words, the most evil people on the planet. And none of them could tell him how money was created. We need to get into that because there are 2 systems, 3 systems actually. One is an afterbirth of another that control the planet, and that is religion and religion. Politics being the afterbirth of that nonsense. Okay, the other is value. Value of your moments, not moments, because we don't want to deal in time, your existence upon this planet and how it's given value. Just like a clock gives the rotation of the earth and the earth around the sun a value. We can do this, and we can start to put it out there. And not only will we have him on, but another on out of Australia. And we can start to break down all of this for the audience in a way that no one has. Yes, others who've heard us speak of this before in aberrant gatherings and others, the only let's say lateral and logical have been with Armando. But Armando's been completely shadow banned in his existence. But I can bring these 2 on, and we can discuss how so much of this, what so much of this depends upon, because what is everyone after in DC? They're after the little bit of gold, their hand in that pot of gold. When we talk about real gold value and why we assign value to gold, why we assign value to silver, platinum, palladium, rhodium, and about 5 others that have yet to make the public marketplace. This will all make sense to people. And it needs to make sense to people at every level, in every agency, because I don't consider all the agencies, all 37 of them actually, and there's more than that, but you're not supposed to know about them, as co-creators. Do they want to be co-creators, or do they want to be co-conspirators to fuck with humanity because they're locked in the circle of paranoia? We need to get out of that. It's that simple. It's that simple. And I'm done with what I have to say.
Mr. Armando, we usually wouldn't do it this way quick, but I know Mr. Armando said about 10 minutes ago he's got 6 minutes to go, but he's got to wake up. Somebody's got to go to school tomorrow morning. So, Mr. Armando, if you want to do your final thoughts, sir.
Yeah, the indoctrination center. Anyway, guys, thanks for having me out here, Spaceshot. Loved it. Love it every time I come on. It was great. Lots of information to come, guys. Just like I always say, keep your head on a swivel, keep your powder dry, and just be mindful of your surroundings. We're not out of the weeds yet, like I said earlier, and we're 120 days away from the midterms. So hopefully it'll be a smooth transition. My gut tells me different, and I'm not going to comment no more on that, but just know, stay safe out there. I got a boogie. I got to let the puppos out, and because I got a 4 a.m. wake up. So
Ooh, that's never fun.
Thanks, guys. Love you guys to pieces. We'll catch you guys soon, and Ghost Doc, we'll chit chat at some point tomorrow.
You got it.
Bless, brother. You got
All
it.
right.
Thank
Have a
you,
great
Armando.
one, guys.
And that's Armando,
welcome.
guys from Truth Table News World, and his links for his channel are in the description box of all of the channels. Make sure to go over and give him a follow. I'll drop it in the chat so you guys don't have any excuse other than to just click on his link right there. Bing.
There you go.
Thanks,
Thank
brother.
you, guys. Love you all.
Man.
God bless. Take care. We'll see you soon.
God bless, brother.
There we go. I got that one out to Pilled. I got that one out to YouTube and Rumble there. There we go.
I didn't mean to drag on with a lot
I just
stuff,
wanted to get
but
Mr. Armando out. That's why.
Yeah, I know. And I get it. But there is so much left to be said. I'm going to leave it at that. There's so much left to be said on all of this. And the way out is there.
Yep.
And, all can take it for what it is, all outside of the listening audience. And us can take it for what was said. I'm leaving it at that. Simple as that.
I just don't understand why majority of the people can't be like us and our wonderful viewers here who just want to, kind of get along to, get along to be along, right? And not feel like you have to have your finger over somebody or you have to have power over this person and control over that person. I feel like I wish people were more like us and our viewers, right? Because I think we could have such a beautiful world here, but you have all these a-holes that have to have more than everybody else. Always.
Yeah. The way they are. And you know what? The painful times to come, and they will, I'll leave it at this, are there for a reason. Because you're not pleasant. People are, this audience, I'm not talking to this audience. I'm not talking to us. I'm saying to those listening outside, it's that simple. And you're not going to have meaningful communication with what you want. Now, this is cryptic. What you want to have meaningful communication with, until you acknowledge certain aspects. And that's in a thing I'm supposed to finish writing. But my time is my time. It'll be accepted when it's presented. It's got what it needs in it. And I'm not anything or anyone special. That's why I don't want my identity out there. That's why I don't want my face out there. I'm not the important factor. The important factor is what I'm imparting. That's it. And that would be anything I would give to anyone freely.
And he also doesn't want to show his face because he's horribly disfigured in his face.
Yeah, my face was blown off and they put it back together. No, that didn't happen.
No. We kid. All right. Well, we're rolling in on 4 hours and 2 minminutes. Let me go over and say a few thank yous here on The Pilled. Yeah, a whole 4-hour show. No.
And I would ask this audience for Renee. We can save a life. We can save one life. We save one life. We save the world.
Absolutely.
It's that simple. And in our own lives. So yes, anything. And look, everybody tonight, just $1. If you can do just $1, 5, 10, whatever. But please. That's just something that is and is dear to all of our hearts. And I ask you, please give, because they need it. And the difference will be this and only one or two other audiences. And that's all I have to say.
No, I can't agree more, brother.
And no value anyone can place on that.
Well, you know what I did right as I got rid of as I did the what do you call it, the Rumble Wallet commercial. Where is it? Show links. Here we go. Here's what I did once I just read that Rumble Wallet commercial. So I would implore you, ladies and gentlemen out there, if you do have it in you, to send over a donation. And like Go said, even if it's I don't know why this thing keeps wanting me to buy its thing. I'm not going to buy that. But like Go said, even if you only have $1, guys, but trust at the end of the day, we'll have roughly 30,000 views here. If we get everybody to drop $1, it would go a huge way. And so actually this will be really easy over here on Pilled. I'm going to count them up because my boy Sean Joe, founding Space Squad member, dropped me a bunch of cookies. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. Sean Joe dropped 4 cookies on there, no message on there, but thank you, my brother. I do appreciate you. And then One Thunder dropped a can as well, no message on there, but thank you there, One Thunder as well. And Mez just dropped in a cookie literally this very second. MEZZ dropped a cookie, no message on there, but thank you guys and gals. And I'm releasing those scratchings, and that is that. So actually, I think I'm all caught up on everything. I think I thanked everybody I need to thank. Oh wait, I forgot to read this one earlier, and I wanted to do it when Armando was here, because remember he was asking what's the difference between socialism and communism. Twisted Clown says, I dropped a $5 super chat on YouTube. He says, the difference between is, let me see, both of them bend you over, but the difference is one uses lube and the other one doesn't. He says, damn it, YouTube wouldn't let me send without the spelling break. So thank you for that, brother. And then G Fonts, I don't know what this one, he said, he put $1 Rumble Rant. It says Raul Alfonso, and watch, I'm going to try to copy this so it's going to pin it. Watch, dink. Yep, and it always does. Raul Alfonso Paredes. I'm not familiar with that name, to be honest with you. But then he dropped another $1 holler, says, that's why the legacy media was reporting that Venezuela was, quote, refusing help from Americans, but neglected to mention it was specifically the Clinton Foundation being refused. Yeah. They know over there for sure. And over in Haiti, even, going back a few years, I don't know about currently, but I know at least a few years ago, that they were still pissed off that they couldn't get anything done in Haiti without the okay from the Clintons. And this may have been 5 years ago, but But essentially, we had people that the lady came back and started running the Amber Alert system. She changed her name. I forgot what it was. 32 kids that they tried to take from Haiti, and they got caught at the border, and they basically got arrested. And then, they ended up pleading guilty for illegally arranging travel. And it's like, what? Wait, you were trying to take 32 kids out of the country and you pled guilty to illegally arranging travel. Nothing to do with kids whatsoever. Just you messed up your travel plans. So scummy. So yeah, thank God. Keep them out of there. But we'll go with Mr. Mike, sir. Any parting words for the crew out there? Always appreciate having you on here and adding your perspective and from the things that you've experienced in your career, as well as Mike, as well as Ghost and Mr. Armando as well. So I always do appreciate having you on here, brother.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you to the audience out there. This is one of the best shows, platforms, shows that are that are here, and you have best audience that I could probably even relate to, just, with the questions and just the thinking style. I love it. Absolutely grateful to be here and be able to, talk and be able to share some information, and definitely would like to, the next show you're talking about, get into the deeper with the other stuff. I'll definitely pull a lot of information out and share it with you, so that way you can dig through it. So more of it will make a lot more sense to you since you're more on it, but I know I have it, so I just got to search for it, and I'll ping it over to you. And
that's some crazy stuff, dude. Sorry to interrupt you, but dude, I'm just looking at some of these emails, and I'm like, obviously not talking about the people's names, but the fact that all these people were having these conversations internally is like, whoa.
Yeah.
It's wild.
And if you look at the emails and their usernames and their names on there, you'll see how they're tied to what's going on the mainstream news with certain topics. They're all tied into everything.
Very interesting.
In terms, you could say they're part of the legacy something. So maybe
something.
Yeah.
We'll have to do a whole show on something.
Yeah. So I'll definitely get that over to you. I'll explain it to you in detail. It's really cool stuff, and what with Seth Rich and some of the other people, it's making a lot more sense to me now. And as we were talking, I was doing a lot of deep diving on my search bar there, and there's a ton of stuff. So I'm sure I'm more than certain your audience is going to eat it up, because it's absolutely it's mind-boggling to me to see it, to even know at the time when I got those when I got the information, the emails and the contacts and all that, to know what it really collates today that I didn't know then, and what I know now is absolutely interesting. And and to put to know that we can put two and two together now, and we know what's what. That's absolutely crazy, and it's cool.
Very
it's
cool.
Really
I was
cool.
gonna say that's the word.
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah, and and I just want to finish up and thank you again, for having me on, and also to your audience. And my wife is going through a heart transplant, and we're doing our due diligence to get her through that. And we got her through one surgery. We pray, and we pray to God that the next and last surgery is her heart transplant, and we have the Gofundme up there for that. Something that we are using for all of her hospital stays, medication, anything to do with medical related cost issues that she needs. It's definitely helping, and we're very grateful for that. And if you do want to donate, we're absolutely gracious and accepting, and from our hearts to you guys, we love you. And even if you share or give us, if you could pray for us, that means a ton. We'll take all the prayers in the world. At the end of the day, my wife is my soulmate, my life, and I don't want to live. I don't want to live life without her. I know that may sound kind of horny, but even being, a 20-year soft veteran, my wife is everything to me, and she's been there for me.
Ain't nothing corny about that, brother.
Oh,
Yeah, and she's been there for me at my worst, when I've gotten blown up or shot and I had to learn how to walk again or get through a TBI, through one of my TBIs, through rehabilitation at the hospital. She was next to my side, and now I'm next to her side. And so I'm going to do everything that I possibly can to make sure to get her through this heart transplant and not go bankrupt and not lose everything. Because that's one thing within the military is, when holding a security clearance is you can't have finance issues. And that's, I don't want to lose any of that stuff. And so I'm just doing everything I can. But most importantly, even if I were to leave the military, is I'm going to do everything I can to take care of my wife, make sure, she gets her transplant and she continues to live a long, happy life.
Amen.
So thank
to
you,
that.
guys.
Oh, amen to that. And just really quick, if anybody doesn't happen to remember, and I'm holding Mike's foot to the coals right now. He was late to, and I'm saying this funny. He was late to an interview that we had a few months ago, and I believe you were having something shrapnel removed, right? Something along those lines. So, this is a guy that's. Yeah, this is a guy that's, given to our country and his wife as well. Two great people. So like I said, I can't implore you guys enough to, to donate if you have it in you. That's what I've always said in the past. For me, guys, if you want to donate, great. Especially for this show, if you were planning on donating to me, please send it to Renee. Just please do that and do it like that. So I would really appreciate that. But Mr. Ghost, any parting words, sir?
I was going to say whether we like to admit it or not, because it is a responsibility, as we are the angels in each other's lives. And together we make up more than we ever realize. And hopefully all of that will be covered in the future. So just, again, an amazing audience. Always enjoy being on with you because you're an amazing host. And 4 hours. I didn't realize it was going this long, and I'm sorry I bogarted a lot of the time. But for some reason, I expected not to say much tonight, to be honest with you, because I've been in so much pain and dealing with other things that just everybody else deals with. But it was like, I hope it meant something to folks, because the audience, I think, remained large, and that's why we're doing this, for people. And again, always have to go back to Renee, because we can fix that. Just a few audiences and a few more things, and yeah, we can. That can go as far as it can go. So thank you, everybody, and thank you, Space, for just giving us some time and doing what we do.
Absolutely, brother. Like I said, prayers cost nothing. And, if you, we're going to get an iced coffee. Could you go without an iced coffee for a day? A couple bucks, something like that. So I would just implore you guys, if you do have it in you, and that's what I've said in the past too, like, if you don't have money to donate, then please don't donate to me, right? But if you do have it in you at all, I would implore you to please donate $1 or $2 at the minimum to Mike's wife, Renee, and we are going to make sure that she does pull through this and does have a long life following this surgery. So that would be my request, that you could, at bare minimum, put that into your prayers, ladies and gentlemen. And I will have an off day tomorrow. And then I will be back with the roundtable, 2 p.m. with Mr. Rambo, Tron, Dave, Mr. Belushi, and of course my brother Matrix Codebreaker. And then Table of Titans Thursday evening. And then me and the guys here, we'll see how that works out. If we could do a noon show. If not, I don't want to make these guys too busy, but we'll talk about it off air. But for you guys and gals out there, thank you so much to the mods who helped myself and many others over these last many years. Very, very selfless help, so we do appreciate your help as well. And for you guys and gals out there, we do appreciate each and every last one of you wonderful world patriots for tuning in out there. And until that next one, thumbs up, like, and subscribe. Peace.
Hello, guys. Something special is happening in here. That's right. It's brackets and jackets. Bringing it back, but brackets and jackets. Special Epstein Island edition. That's right, folks. Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, the man with the island, which is suspiciously close to Haiti. That's right. You see, this man, Jeffrey Epstein, is funding lots of people. He's funding lots of people on the street to make sure his shit doesn't get out. That's right. They want the record sealed. And they're paying a lot of people. Epstein's paying a lot of people. Oh, boy. For one, he's got a whole Mossad media matrix in America. And I would bet you anything that Alex Jones is one of them. Prove me wrong. That's right. Cappy's in the portal. Cappy's in the portal. Cappy's in the building with songs about Epstein. It's Breakfast Jackets Epstein edition. Guys, I had some epiphanies today. I had some real big epiphanies about some guys. A big network of guys and spies and lies and liars. All right, think about this for a minute, okay? The guy in Portland, the scientist that just got busted for producing CP, that guy is 1 degree of separation away from Epstein. Epstein, the investor that lives in West Palm Beach, Florida. I know a guy who lives in West Palm Beach, Florida as well. Investor as well. Also involved as well. And all is not well with these guys. The Florida boys, the Glow boys, the Scott Israels of the world. You see, Epstein is Hillary Clinton. And Epstein is Haiti. And Epstein is a big network of media assets. By the way, did you know that Steve Bannon was going to that guy for money? Also, Epstein is Epstein Oprah. Epstein is Chris Tucker. You remember him. Epstein is also Kevin Spacey. Epstein is also Prince Andrew. Epstein is also... Who else is Epstein? Who else is Epstein? Tell me. You guys know? Who else is Epstein? Is Epstein Big Pharma? Is Epstein Bryan Singer? Is Epstein Naomi Campbell? Yep, all of the above. All of the above. Who is Epstein? Epstein is the keystone of a whole motherfucking matrix. And once you pull it out, it all falls down. Dersh was there too. That's right, we're dropping red pills every day. Dropping red pills in the best kind of way. This is brackets and jackets for the denizens